Great, thank you, and welcome to the regular meeting for the Akron Public Schools Board of Education on Monday, July 27th, 2020. We'll call to order. Roll call, please.
Dr. Akbar.
Here.
Mr. Alexander.
Looks like he just fell off.
I'll go through the roll here. Ms. Autry.
Present.
Mr. Bravo.
Here.
Dr. Hall.
Aye.
Mrs. Mansfield.
Here.
Mrs. McKittrick.
Here.
And we know Mr. Alexander was on, so let's maybe wait just a moment to see if he's able to rejoin us. I'll shoot him a message. Derek Hall left the meeting and Bruce joined.
Derek Hall's back. Very good. Mr. Alexander, are you available for roll call?
There's a storm rolling through the area, which may be playing havoc with all of our internet sort of intermittently. So that could be what's hurting Bruce.
And he just left the meeting again. I'm going to make sure he has the call-in information just in case he needs to call in.
Sounds good.
Okay, I did send him the call-in information just in case. He said that he keeps getting kicked off, so he's back. See if he's able to join us fully. Mr. Alexander, are you able to join us? All right, Mr. Alexander, you there?
I see that he's on, but he's muted.
All right, he's trying to dial in one more time. Thank you for your patience. Just another minute. Looks like we might have gone live just a minute too soon, so. All right, Bruce, is that you, Bruce?
Hello, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I'm on the phone for now. I'm gonna keep trying to get on the computer. It keeps kicking me off. I don't know why.
Perfect. Do you want to?
But we can go ahead until I can get on the computer.
Okay. Are you good with roll call then, Ryan?
I am, thank you.
All right, thank you so much. And for those of you who have joined us, this is our regular meeting of the Akron Public Schools Board of Education for July 27th, 2020. We are in order and we have completed our roll call. Thank you for being patient with us as we work through a few minor technology issues. At this time, if everyone that's joining us can please mute their microphones, we will do the Pledge of Allegiance. Good. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Good, thank you. Just making sure we haven't lost anyone. Looks like everyone's still there. Okay. At this time, we're going to open it up for community and school reflections. We have a lot on the agenda tonight, so if you can, please make use of the chat and let me know if you'd like to tee up next in line, but I'll open it up either to the first comment or the first hand I see. All right. Going once, going twice. All right. With no community and school reflections, we do have a request to address the board this evening. We have two requests, and we are going to push our technology skills to the limits tonight. I've been told this is going to work, so I am going to actually join a second Google Meet, and then I will share my screen with you so that you can view the requests, the presenters that we have tonight who have requested to address the board. So we are going to see if this works, and I'm going to ask for your patience for just one moment as I connect to the other Google Meet. All right, Mr. Dodson is connected. I am going to share my screen. All right, Mr. Dodson, thank you for joining us this evening. Just as a reminder, you have 3 minutes. We'll help you keep time, and we appreciate you being with us this evening. Can everyone see and hear Mr. Dodson?
No.
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 I cannot.
You can't see him either.
No.
No.
All right, let's try this again. All right, can we see each other now?
Patrick, we see that you're trying to show a presentation, but there's nobody on the screen.
Can you see Mr. Dodson now?
Well, I think I could see. I saw him there for a second.
All right, it's connecting. And can you see Mr. Dodson?
No.
No. Sorry.
Mr. Dodson, can you say something and we can check the audio? All right, well, we're going to stop doing that then, and I will get with Mr. Dodson. We actually had 2 requests to address the board tonight. So as soon as I stop these shares, we'll follow up on our meeting. I'll get with our IT folks and we'll see if we can't make this work another way. So give me just a moment.
No problem. I'll wait for you. Just bring him.
I have audio there.
Patrick,
We can.
we had audio there.
Right.
Well,
I mean, if he's okay with just speaking without being on video.
Yeah, except for that I did let him go, unfortunately, because I'm not able to make it work on my end. We talked about it earlier with staff, and I thought it was going to work, but it's not. So we're going to go ahead and move on, and then we will come back. For those who are joining us via our live stream, this is probably a little tricky. So, let's move on, and we will come back. Just know that we do have 2 requests to address the board. I'll ask them to either submit their comments, or we'll get this turned around for the next board meeting. It was Scott Dodson and Shamus Malik. Both wanted to discuss public and personal safety for the area around the Dave Marshall baseball field and Firestone High School neighborhood.
Mr.
So we
Bravo.
will get their comments.
Councilman Malik may be on the call with a call-in number. Can we pause to see if he's dialed in? Doesn't look like that. Okay, my
Well, let's
apologies.
keep moving, and we'll come back. If someone's able to figure something out on their end while we're meeting, then we can always come back to public comments. At this time, we have no recognitions or communications. We do need approval of the previous meeting minutes for July 13th and July 20th. Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion from Ms. McWilliams, a second by Dr. Akbar. Any comments, questions, or discussion on the meeting? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Mrs. Mansfield,
Yes. Yes.
McKittrick,
Yes. Yes.
Dr. Akbar,
Yes.
Mr. Alexander,
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Ms. Autry, Mr. Bravo,
Yes.
Dr. Hall.
Aye.
All right, just a quick note, we need 26 people on the meeting invite. Could all of those, if you have a second meeting open, cancel and mute when not on video. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much. Superintendent's recommendations, personnel.
Mr. President, I wish to recommend approval of the personnel recommendations presented in categories 5 through 16.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion from Ms. McKittrick, a second from Ms. Mansfield on the personnel recommendations. Any comments, questions, or discussion? Hearing and seeing none, roll call, please.
Mrs. McKittrick,
Yes.
Dr. Akbar,
Yes.
Mr. Alexander,
Yes.
Ms. Autry, Mr. Bravo,
Yes.
Dr. Hall,
Aye.
Mrs. Mansfield.
Yes.
Apology for the interruption again. Mr. Alexander, are you also on a call-in as well as the Google Hangout?
I clicked off the call in. I should be on the regular.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mr. President, next I wish to recommend approval of the resolutions and motions presented in category 21.
So moved. Second.
Thank you. We have a motion by Ms. McKittrick, a second by Ms. Mansfield on the consent agenda items. Are there any comments, questions, or discussion? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Dr. Akbar,
Yes.
Yes.
Ms. Autry,
Yes.
Mr. Bravo,
Yes.
Dr. Hall,
Aye.
Mrs. Mansfield,
Yes.
Mrs. McKittrick.
Yes.
Thank you.
Next, Mr. President, I wish to recommend approval of the business affairs recommendations presented in category 23.
Thank you.
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion by Ms. McKittrick, a second by Mr. Alexander on the business affairs agenda items. Any comments, questions, or discussion?
Yes, I do.
Yes, Dr. Akbar and then Ms. Autry.
Yes, I would actually ask that the board strikes number 23.28 and discuss that separately.
Okay. And were you asking?
Do we need a
to
second on
table
that?
Yeah, that's my question. Do you need a second?
Yes.
Yeah, I'd be happy to second it then. This is Dr. Hall.
I'll second.
Great, thank you. All right. All in favor of tabling that item on the agenda and removing it from personnel recommendation temporarily, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
Okay. The remainder of the personnel recommendation stand as recommended. Any other, Ms. Autry, you had a comment or question?
Yeah, my question was on items 23.6 through 23.16. So we're spending a significant amount to core and press for a program called Teacher Clarity. And I was just wondering if we could get any background information on what that professional development entails.
Yes, Mrs. Autry, I believe Kenya Harrington is on senior staff and can address that issue.
Good evening, board president, board members. Corwin, through our school quality improvement grant, we've had a partnership with Corwin for the past 2 years. The focus is on teacher clarity and teacher efficacy. So our 11 buildings that are identified as priority and focus, they're working to design and enhance the capabilities of school leaders and teachers. Corwin works to provide a long-term sustainable solution to improving student learning and increasing school-wide achievement through 4 areas. The first one being foundation series or evidence to action, impactful practices, evidence gathering tools to measure growth, and then impact coaching for the building of sustainability and capability for the school and the system as a whole. We've been working with them, and there's been a wide range of support from the teachers and also administration. Once again, this funding is not from general fund, but from our school quality improvement grant that's designed around leadership for administrators, teachers, teacher teams, and then also students in some capacity.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yeah, I've actually got a couple of questions, Mr. President, if I may, from Mr. Harrington. The first question, I was a little unclear, Mr. Harrington, when I was looking through the agenda. So are these meant to be in-person professional development trainings, or is this all virtual? And the reason why I asked,
I'm sorry.
And the reason why I asked is because when I looked at sort of the cost associated with it, it seemed like that would be the cost that we would incur if it was an in-person. And traditionally, moving it to a virtual, there is some cost savings moving it to a virtual sort of professional development. So that's why I was seeking clarification there.
Yes. So initially, when we worked through the contract, it was to be face to face because we did not know where we were going to be at as it relates to the reopening plan that we'll discuss later. In reaching out to our representative, we've talked about how can some things be adjusted. She talked to her superiors, and they were willing to do some amendments to the contract. They talked about providing a discount to those buildings on day 1 of August and day 1 of September. The one thing that they were concerned about, not concerned, the one thing that they shared, they explained that their virtual and their face-to-face is almost comparable in cost because of the pandemic and some of the things that they have to do as it relates to platform license, getting individuals to run the sessions, and internal staff helping with the virtual learning possibilities. But also they talked about providing an additional cost savings of $6,000 off the contract. Now, this is just in relation to August and September. If we were to go virtual at that time, my question to the representative after that was, what if we stayed on virtual past that? And they said they would be willing to make additional amendments at that time. But right now, we would just be speaking for August through September, or however the board decided we would reopen, if it's face-to-face or if it is 100% virtual in those time frames.
So follow up to that. So I guess I'm unclear. So the prospective dollar amount that we'd be approving is predicated upon in person. So because it sounds like you're talking about there would be sort of later amendments, but the dollar amounts we're being asked to approve today are not inclusive of those discounts.
So essentially, the contract that you have in hand today is based on face-to-face because we did not know, once again, what we were going to be reopening as, I guess you could say. However, in reaching out to individuals last night and then also today, they have the ability to make an amendment, or they're open to submitting a new contract. So either way in which the board would like to act.
Yeah, I mean, from a contractual standpoint, having heard that, I would suggest that we hold up on approving that until we have a new contract in hand that has the more accurate pricing in place. Because the moment we approve it and you all send it back, they're under no obligation to amend that contract later on. So
Yeah.
I get that we've had conversations with them about it, but just thinking through this, I guess employing a sort of a higher level of rigor as it relates to this. My suggestion, would be perhaps we table this until you all have had adequate time to finish and conclude those contract negotiations.
Yes, you're correct. And once again, the contract was submitted prior to us knowing which route we were going to go in relation to face-to-face or virtual. So we can make sure we go back to them and get that to you.
Okay, and then I just had one more question, if I may, and that was, so when we sort of think through the vendors that we employed to provide this type of training, what sort of outcome metrics, are we going to hold them accountable for, or hold ourselves accountable for? Because again, when you think about this, so I get that that this is a focus on priority schools. What do we expect to see change in our school from an outcome metric standpoint that we can point to that would suggest that these are dollars well spent?
I think for us, we're looking at the improvement plans of our buildings. Through that, whatever SMART goals they've identified and are working towards. So we're going to use achievement, of course. If they have SMART goals in relation to attendance, discipline, those are the different things that we're looking at. And once again, we always look at our different data resources throughout the district to help us identify if we're meeting set goals.
So how many years have we been working with Corbin Press?
We're going into year 2.
Year 2, okay. So is it too early to ask for data that would show a movement described as a result of us employing them?
I don't want to say it's too early because we should be able to see something, as I said, through our improvement plans based on what these buildings are identifying as needs. So I would say that say look at the data with a grain of salt because we did get interrupted somewhat. But I still would say we could look at things as always. I think we always want to look at the data to see if we're moving in the right direction. And if we're not moving in the right direction, what do we need to do differently to address that?
Yeah, I would concur with all that, Mr. Harrington. Thanks for saying that. Yeah, so again, I think I'm going to leave my suggestion on the table that we table approving the Corwin contracts until Mr. Harrington and company have had a chance to engage in further contractual conversation. That's my suggestion, and that's all I've got, Mr. President.
Thank you. And it sounds like you were referring to all of those items, so I'll leave it to the superintendent. Mr. Superintendent, do you want us to vote on that, or would you like to withdraw those items from your recommendations?
Mr. President, for items 23.6 through 23.16, I will withdraw those from consideration.
Great, thank you. So the remainder of the business affairs items stand as presented. Mr. Alexander?
Yeah, I was going to question from Mr. Harrington as well. What is the time frame that we have to get this information back to them once we make the amendments and get it back so we can get a contract back to vote on it in order to make sure that we can get the services they need to provide for our staff?
I'll be reaching back out to our representative tomorrow. She'll be in the process of working through the changes with pricing, and then we'll make sure we get that submitted to you no later than Thursday, Friday through the proper channels.
Okay, so it'll still be available and ready for our staff to get the training they need so they can move forward, correct?
Correct, as long as it's approved, yes, sir.
Got it. Okay, thank you, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. Ms. McKittrick?
Thank you. Just point of information, can you tell me how much the school quality improvement grant is? Because as these are listed, the core and press is $296,200. So I'm just curious how big that grant is. Thank you.
The school quality improvement grant is a grant over 4 years, and it's in the excess of $9 million.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Yeah, and Mr. Harrington, I'm sorry, I had one more. So I follow up to Ms. McKittrick's point. It's the reason why I was asking the question about the outcome metrics is because, you know, typically most grant funded items, there's a component of that grant that does require some accountability around outcomes. So that's why I was sort of asking the question, you know, and not tonight, but I mean, but when we come back to this topic at the next board meeting, you know, be interesting, you know, I find it informative to kind of understand sort of how, you know, core and press is going to, you know, how in theory that they would contribute to us achieving the metrics that are probably outlined in that grant.
No problem. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions, or discussion? Ms. Autry?
Yes, thank you. My comment question is regarding item 23.29, and this is for the baseball backdrop safety netting in the amount of $78,000 for the baseball field at Firestone. And I guess it's a comment, it's a question, because it looks like it's coming from our general fund. And with all just the comments and concerns we have surrounding sports, I'm just wondering about that, because we've made significant investments in the athletic facilities at Firestone as well as Elliott. So I'm just looking at that expense.
And if I just might make a point of order also, Shamus Malik, Councilman Malik, and Scott Dodson that were on the agenda for tonight, that's what they were going to address. Councilman Malik has also said that he would rejoin if he was able to through the link. If you'd like to hear from him, we could try again, although this time it would not be presented by me. He would just be joining, but I'll leave that up to you. And Ms. Autry, if I cut you off, I'm sorry, go ahead. Otherwise, did someone want to address Ms. Autry's comment?
Yes. So the problem with Dave Marshall Field at Firestone is that a lot of the foul balls have been hitting the houses that are nearby, going into yards and potentially hitting people as they're going past that facility. So that is what the two speakers are going to talk about tonight. And that's why we're putting the netting up. It's been a problem. And we've been looking at solutions to solve that problem, and putting up that netting will prevent those balls from hitting pedestrians and going in people's yards. I think we've had a car damage before. I think we've had a window broken before in a house. So this should take care of that situation.
Ms. Autry, is that good?
Well, it just seems pretty a significant cost for safety netting, and I'm not a baseball person, so I don't know. And again, just making a point that we have made significant investments towards the athletic facilities and programs there. So, but yes, thank you.
You're welcome.
So this is Dr. Hall. If I could just sort of add to what Ms. Autry was getting at there. So I guess it's sort of the logical follow-on question to that would be, do we have similar nettings in place at other baseball facilities insofar as we have other baseball facilities?
I don't recall having that problem occur at any of our other facilities. Ellet's is out of commission. That'll be put back once the old Ellet is complete. The only other one, we did have a problem at Kent Middle School, Roswell, Kent, when it was open, and that's a combined APS and city area where we had to put some actual fencing up to prevent balls from hitting homes on the south side of Kent, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Any other comments, questions, or discussion on the business affairs items?
So
Hearing
should
none.
we?
Did
Go ahead,
Mr.
Dr.
Akbar did Mr. Akbar have a question on 23.28? I'm sorry.
23.28 was removed from this section to be discussed.
Okay. Got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
So with that item removed and the Corwin Press items removed as recommendations from the superintendent, the remaining business affairs agenda items. And Dr. Akbar, did you have another question?
No, that was my question. Sorry. Thank you.
No, thank you. All right, hearing and seeing none, roll call, please.
Mr. Alexander,
Yes.
Ms. Autry,
Yes.
Mr. Bravo,
Yes.
Dr. Hall,
Aye, but abstaining from item 23.2.
thank you. Mrs. Mansfield,
Yes.
Mrs. McKittrick,
Yes.
Dr. Akbar,
Yes.
Great, thank you. Superintendent's report.
Mr. President, I wasn't sure if there was going to be additional discussion on 23.28.
Dr. Akbar, did you want to add anything to that conversation for today?
Yes. I don't know how we want to vote. That's why I wanted to take that off and deal with it separately. But I wanted to talk about responsibility-centered discipline, and that being a part of a professional development that is being proposed for David Hill. Responsibility-centered discipline goes against everything that we are trying to do with equity and presenting a stronger, process around the way we discipline our students, and we promote a better restorative justice practices. That method is actually goes against that, and the only reason why I think it's important to pull it off and possibly either send it back for the staff who suggested it to reconsider or to vote no on it is because they're specifically looking to go into a program that's a multi-year program for certification. And I think that as we are building our equity protocol and all of those things, that's totally goes against it. And it will create a greater sense of the school to prison pipeline. And I want to make sure that we end that now and not continue to perpetuate that. I think the other thing that we are mandated by the state to do PBIS. And so when you think about PBIS, we're also can't do PBIS well without social and emotional learning. And I also believe that those restorative justice practices, when talking about restoring the harm that's done in any situation or in the community, requires a full conversation than one that points the blame solely on the student.
Thank you. I'd like to open it up. Yep, Mr. Harrington.
Go ahead, Mr. Alexander. I'll wait till you.
Thank you,
Oh,
Mr.
no,
Alexander.
I was just going to say, I would like to hear from the staff who their rationale for it, and that way maybe we can get a better understanding of why that was selected.
Good, thank you.
I can share from the standpoint what the buildings brought to the Office of School Improvement. Essentially, prior to COVID, they had the opportunity to attend the Innovative Schools Conference. And from their interactions with the presenter and the materials they received, they thought the professional development around discipline to assist students in responsible decision-making that impacts behavior would be beneficial. They thought it was a creative way to continue implementing and supporting the K-12 social and emotional learning standards that include self-awareness, self-management, social awareness, relationship skills, and then responsible decision-making. As Dr. Akbar spoke about PBIS, when we look at PBIS, PACS, CHAMPS, and restorative justice within the district, I think our buildings, these two and including others, continue to work with our students to help them learn how to resolve conflict and come together, whether that's in pairs, triads, or small groups, to improve their relationships and then also improve themselves. So I think that's where the buildings were going. From the conversations that coordinators have had with principals and teacher leaders, they weren't looking at it from the standpoint of it being a blame, but more of how can we help our students understand how to be more self-aware and then build their relationships with each other, and then also be responsible in intrinsically addressing issues as they come about within themselves so they don't extend beyond and cause issue, if that makes sense.
Great. Comments, questions?
Mr. President, I'd like the opportunity to have maybe some of the staff who are involved in that decision maybe come to a future board meeting and talk about how they came to that conclusion for recommending this particular program.
Thank you. Would you like to withdraw your recommendation at this time?
Well, it's already been pulled from the agenda, so I don't think with no further action, it goes nowhere.
Dr. Akbar?
Yeah, the only thing I'll say is I think that as we move forward, that we need to be very cognizant on what we're doing when it comes to equity and comes to promoting more equitable outcomes for our students, as well as for our educational environment in our schools. And that requires some responsibility on all parties to take a look and assess and reflect on what they all contribute, which is why I personally believe that restorative justice is the way to go. And everyone talks about their responsibility. You know, that will mean that we will need to stop using certain vendors that we are currently using. That is the point blank only thing that I can say about that. And we need to be assessing all of what we do. And I think as we, Mr. Alexander and I are bringing forth our racial equity policy, which will include a racial equity protocol, which has questions and a matrix that will help us make decisions. Those are things that we need to be considering. And hopefully, as we talk about the equity committee, that part of their role and the chief diversity officer's role as we roll that out, if that's passed, will be to make sure that our vendors that we select on all levels, which include professional development, meet those standards. And if they don't, then we won't use them, no matter who suggests them.
Thank you. So at this time, unless anyone would like to make a motion for approval, then we are going to let this item lie, and we'll wait for the superintendent to bring it back to the board with some more information from staff. Hearing and seeing no objection at this time, then we will move to the superintendent's report.
No report this evening. I have an item under new business. I'll use the time there, Mr. President.
Thank you. And just for President's report tonight, very brief, we have a lot to discuss this evening. We still have discussions on our restart as well as our continuation of our levy discussion. And as we start to make decisions on what the return to school will look like this fall and how we'll reconcile the end of our current levy cycle, we just want to continue to ask the public, let them know that we appreciate and continue to ask for their patience and understanding. There's a lot of questions that need to be answered, and our team is quite literally working around to ensure that you have all of those answers and the information that you need in order to make your own decisions. It gets thrown around a lot these days, but these are definitely unique times that call for unique answers. And above all else, some flexibility on all of our parts. So we have to continue to pull together as a community to make sure that we're taking care of each other and most importantly, our kids. That's all I want to say tonight for our President's report. I'll have some more information for our board members offline about evaluations and things like that, but we do have a couple of big discussions to take place yet tonight. So with that, Treasurer's report.
I'll defer my points to the unfinished business and the potential levy discussion.
Thank you, sir. Committee reports, legal contracts, and board policy.
No report.
Thank you. Finance and capital management.
No report.
Thank you, sir. Instructional policy and student achievement.
Very quickly, one little thing. We currently have 2 family resource centers and 2 more are underway. There's a newly created one in conjunction with the Financial Empowerment Center on Kenmore Boulevard, and that covers Southwest Akron. And there's another one being created in an elementary school covering Southeast Akron, but the specific details and dates haven't quite yet been finalized. But when the other ones are done, we will have 4 in the city of Akron. So thank you.
Thank you. And Ms. Mansfield, I know that we have a couple discussions yet to take place tonight. And so much of the difficult overshadows so much of the good. Did you want to say anything about the I Promise Village tour?
Wow. Yeah. That seems like a year ago that you and I did that, but that was just this week, wasn't it? We had, Mr. Bravo and I had the opportunity to tour the I Promise Village. It is just an amazing collaboration. And Patrick, I'm sorry, but it's escaping me what the name of the hotel chain is that purchased the
Graduate.
building.
Graduate
Thank
Hotel.
you.
Yeah.
Graduate Hotels, thank you. And it's so nice to have something good and happy to talk about. I'm so blown away. And the building is beautiful. They've done an excellent job of renovating it. It has architectural features that you won't find anywhere in character like that. But the best part about it is the safety, the way they've prepared the building for families. They will be able to house 18 families, and they'll have 2 suites for emergencies, so flood, fire, domestic violence issues, things like that, available on an emergency basis. Most of the suites sleep up to 6 people, I believe, and some are 2 bedrooms, up to 2 bedrooms. Some of them have bunk beds. Kitchens are lovely. The furniture is all brand new. It's hotel quality, so it's durable. It's not gonna break if you take a jump on it, you know. And then the common spaces are amazing. There's a lovely art room that paint can get on the floor and it won't matter. It can just be hosed down. A computer lab area for students to get tutoring help, as well as work together collaboratively if they need to, as well as a laundry area. Meals can be done together as well as in your kitchen. So they'll work with their team through the I Promise School to have a plan so that you can stay there as long as you need to, and together as a family. And that is one of the most important parts, because in shelters, often families, especially when you have sons that get above a certain age, you have to be separated. I know the Access shelter allows you to stay together as a family as well, but they only have so many beds. So for our I Promise families, this is going to be another game changer. I know we say it a lot when it has to do with I Promise, and the LeBron James Family Foundation, but this is just another example of when they put their minds to it, there's no end to the possibilities. And, you know, the family resource centers that Ms. McKettrick mentioned, the things that we're learning at the I Promise School, that's where that comes from, right? That's taking what we learn there and putting it out into the community with our United Way partners. And the goal is to eventually have those in all sectors of our clusters in elementary schools. So I'll stop there. If any board members have questions, please make sure that you reach out, and I'm sure we can get someone to take you through. They just wanted to have us go through before families were there so that they could have their privacy as well.
Yeah, and the first 2 families just moved in this last Friday. Each family, our staff and the LeBron James Family Foundation team works with the families to put them on a family plan. And it was really incredible. It was an incredible tour. And we didn't want to let tonight go without saying thank you to LeBron James, the LeBron James Family Foundation, Michelle Campbell, and our own staff for being part of that project. It was pretty amazing to see. Ms. Autry, and before Ms. Autry, before you say anything, it looks like we lost Dr. Akbar. So if you could hold 1 second while we try and reconnect him. He sent a text saying that his computer is acting up. We could keep talking, but I think we ought to wait just a moment if we can. Should take this opportunity to thank the public again for those of you watching us watching our live stream. We appreciate your patience. Technology works great until it doesn't, and then we all have to be flexible. So thank you. All right, his computer was restarting, so he should be back up in a minute. Again, we apologize for the inconvenience.
Mr. President, I know I've gotten a couple of queries in the last few minutes. Some folks have asked if we've discussed or begun discussing the reopening plan yet. Just want to make sure that no, we have not. So that is still to come.
Right, believe it or not, we haven't gotten to the two big topics yet tonight. Welcome back, Dr. Akbar. We waited for you, sir. We wouldn't move on without you. No man left behind here. All right. Ms. Autry, you had a question or a comment. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I just wanted to thank the foundation and everyone involved with making this resource a reality for our students. My question is, how will placement in the residences be handled? Is that through the school, the foundation, or a combination of both?
Yeah, Ms. Mansfield, feel free to jump in here too. Because this is primarily focused on housing first, for those most in need, they're working closely with our folks from Project Rise. So those that would qualify from Kenny-Vento assistance. And there are more on that list, as you know, than space that's certainly available at the I Promise Village. I think there's about 10% of our student population actually qualifies as homeless. Homeless doesn't always mean necessarily without a home. It could be just housing insecure, staying with, moving around, staying in temporary locations. Ms. Mansfield, I don't know if you have anything to add, but that's the basic answer. Is there are still more students that qualify than what we have space for at this particular time in I Promise Village. But it starts with that working with Project Rise and those folks that are on that list.
I'm sure that they could answer it much more eloquently, but I would say that because they work so closely with developing the family plan, and that family is such an important part of that network, they know what the needs are, and they're working on things throughout their time in that shelter as well. And that would be, some are working on their GED, some are working on other home issues that they have that have affected it. Some are just waiting for placement, right? They've applied for housing somewhere else and they're on a wait list, and they're doubled up until then. And this is so much better because it's your own space, your own bed, and their storage. They put all your things in storage. They keep them for them. So yeah, it's that fantastic relationship that we have there at the building and throughout the network with the LeBron James Family Foundation. And I don't know if the superintendent has more, but that's what I remember from that day.
No, I mean, absolutely right. For some of our students who attend the I Promise school, they have resources there to help them with a lot of those basic needs issues that come up. And I know the foundation was very sensitive to some of the issues that they've heard with the folks who are working with the families, that housing can be a problem. And so the whole gist of this is to provide that resource so the kids have some stability when they're not in school.
Yeah, I think you guys
Keith
probably
Lipke sorry, Patrick. Keith, our wonderful liaison with the foundation, texted me as well. He said right now they do have 18 students that are experiencing homelessness right now. So it's a matter of getting them placed. So they're very aware of what's going on with those families, fortunately. Sorry, Patrick, didn't mean to interrupt.
No, I was just going to add, and you probably saw in the even the articles that came out, but they talked about this when we toured the facility as well, that they talked to LeBron's mom, Gloria, and talked to her about the challenges that she faced when she was raising LeBron, especially around homelessness. And so they focused a lot of their efforts and the supports that they'll provide the families that are staying in the I Promise Village around things that she experienced firsthand. So it was really interesting to hear how they and our team sort of developed these supports together to support the families that are there. So really amazing.
Mm-hmm. So just to clarify, Project Rise is handling placements for the I Promise Village?
I don't know that they're handling placements, but they've been helping identify students that that are in need. And that was pointed out to us on the tour, but I don't know their level, if they're actually picking the placements. I think that's more of a coordinated effort with the foundation and with our staff from the I Promise school.
And this is another question, because I did have this from someone. Is it designated for the I Promise students only?
Well, my recollection of the conversations, that's the first priority for students who attend the I Promise school when there are some issues, to have them there. I know the foundation's also working with another group on, another project, I think, over with maybe East Akron Community Development Corporation. I did read an article about that. So this is, like everyone said, this is a start and a resource for, at least initially for the kids at the I Promise school. And, the foundation, it's, that isn't definitely a school project. It's related to the I Promise program, but I think they have a bigger vision around that, but it is primarily for our I Promise families.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Alexander?
Yes, I want to thank the foundation, LeBron James and the Family Foundation too, because, I think a lot of times people don't understand unless they walk in those shoes. Some of these kids, the things they have to go through and the things the parents have to go through, a lot of times not of their own choice, but because of the cards may have been dealt wrong to them. And we as individuals who are working with the kids and working with the families, we should be obligated to make sure that these kids have an opportunity to get the best education. I am so happy to have LeBron James to be part of this community and come from Akron, because there are hardly any athletes across this country who make all the money that they make, who is bringing money to the city of Akron for Akron Public Schools. And he didn't have to be here. He could have been in LA. He could have been in Miami doing this, but he chose his hometown to do this in. And I'm so appreciative. But because of the stuff that he's doing, a lot of these kids will have a better chance at life. And in the end, our society will do better, because these kids have had an opportunity to be able to gain the knowledge, gain experience, gain education, and become better individuals and contribute more to our society than maybe we will see as we grow older. And we may not even be here, somebody like me, because I'm at that age. But hey, for those who will be here, hey, he's doing something really great. So we need to be proud of what what they're doing. So, and they're doing it for Akron Public School students. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Mansfield, for sharing with the rest of the board that. All right. At this time, we have our unfinished business. We do have a couple of discussions, and just to begin with the levy discussion, for several weeks now, we've been discussing the financial necessity of placing a levy on the ballot in November. The board has been provided with the financial support that does indicate we're at the end of what has typically been a 5 to 7 year levy cycle. Currently, we stand at 8 years since the last levy appeared on the ballot. The board has been updated on the financial impacts and the potential future implications of COVID-19 and how that might impact the district's financials. We've also been updated on our current programs, including the ongoing transformation and the full implementation of our college and career academies model, and the importance of maintaining momentum around that. And at our most recent board meeting, the board did approve resolutions of necessity, and information was submitted to the Summit County Fiscal Office so that they may certify the amounts based on those resolutions that the different millages would bring in. Tonight, for the purpose of our conversation, is to determine, whether or not to place a levy on the ballot before the voters, and if so, in what amount. It's difficult to reconcile, I think, where we find ourselves right now, to appreciate both where we are as a district financially, but also where we are as a community, a state, and as a country, quite frankly, due to COVID-19. It's an absolute certainty that our district is in need of additional financial support if we're going to continue the transformational changes and the momentum here at Akron Public Schools that we've realized over the last couple of years, but we also can't ignore where we are. If the board chooses to place a levy on the ballot tonight, and if it succeeds, the district will begin to collect that revenue in January of next year. If we choose not to place a levy on the ballot for November, we do still have opportunities in May and November of next year. And if that happens, if it happens that we do not pass a levy tonight, it's probably important to state that it's almost won't be so much a question of if we place a levy on the ballot next year, but when. And then we would be, in any event, if we placed a levy on the ballot next year, we would not begin to collect that revenue until 2022. So at this time, I would like to open it up for discussion by the board. First, I'd like to ask the superintendent and the treasurer if they have any additional comments they'd like to make. And I'd like to remind the board, as you've already started, if you could line up in the chats with your comments or questions, and we'll keep it flowing. And if we have to come back around, we will do so. Mr. Treasurer.
Thanks, Mr. President. I just want to make sure, as the discussion evolves tonight, that I have financial information ready, modeling ready on my screen, that I can respond to your questions, hopefully. As a reminder, we are now officially in the school year 2020-2021, or fiscal year 21. And we were fortunate enough to, quote unquote, balance the budget for last fiscal year. And that was primarily due to the closure of COVID from March 15th on. Unfortunately, this year we are looking around a $15 to a $16 million deficit. And as we all talked over the last few weeks and months, knowing that deficit spend, or that line 6.01 on the 5-year forecast, is the indication that you can either balance a budget or not, or deficit spend. So just to kind of kick off the conversation, knowing that there are significant headwinds to placing a levy on the ballot in November, we would look to recapture somewhere around that $15 million mark for the next school year. Obviously, how we open, whether virtual or in person, will make a large impact on that number.
Thank you. At this time, we'll open, Mr. Superintendent, did you have anything you wanted to add?
Just that Mr. Pendleton and I have been looking at the numbers, again, looking at the 5-year forecast, and I think we are at a critical time, but, I think we also have to balance our financial needs with our financial reality moving forward, and this whole COVID pandemic and what impacts it's having on our community.
Thank you so much. At this time, we'll open it up for discussion to the board. Ms. McKittrick?
Thank you, Mr. President. While the district's need for the new money that a levy would provide is urgent, it must be reconciled with the community's ability to pay for it. At this time, with so much uncertainty surrounding the COVID-19 pandemic, particularly the volatility of worldwide, national, state, and local economies, now does not seem an appropriate time to ask our community for more money. Again, do we need it? Absolutely. However, many of our families are suffering due to conditions beyond their control. To ignore that and ask them for more money at this time seems callous. Hopefully, COVID will become better managed, perhaps even with a vaccine soon. Then we can reach out to our community and ask them to support the work that the district is doing by supporting a levy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McKittrick. Would anyone else like to offer comments or prefer questions? Mr. Alexander and then Dr. Akbar.
Yeah, I agree with Ms. McKittrick. I don't want to see the district fall in any type of way. We need the finances. We definitely do. And we need to have a levy because we need the money. If we don't have the money, we're looking at possibly some things that may have to get cut that we don't want to have cut, and we don't want it to affect our students in any way. But on the other hand, too, I do understand with COVID-19 and all the issues and problems that people are having trying to support their own families at this point in time, it is tough. So maybe we may look at, maybe it has been discussed, or maybe it would be discussed of possibly moving it back slightly instead of having it so soon, so we can hopefully allow people to get their finances together, the economy to roll back, and then hopefully be able to take it out. So bring it out there so that people will be ready, and we can hopefully pass a levy that will be needed for our students. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Autry.
Thank you. So I appreciate the comments regarding being sensitive to the economic situations of our families. But I'd also like to say, as a member of the Finance Committee, I do want to thank Ryan because he's done a great job of educating us and informing us of what the realities are. We all know we need the levy. So I just want to say that regardless of when we put it on, I'm hoping that we will rally around the issue of education and what we need. But I can also say as well that there's no guarantee that next year we're going to be in a better position, to take this on. And just a reminder as well, if we wait until next year, those aren't funds that we're going to see until 22. So we're going to be kind of working against the grain, if we should decide to wait. I'm not sure what other issue is much more important than rallying around education. We've certainly shown our value. I would hope our families and the public see that and appreciate that and know that we need them, whether it's this November, next May, or next November. We need everyone to rally around this important priority of education and to continue to fund this district and provide the many things that we do have to offer. There's not too many entities who provide what we offer for almost 22,000 students in our community. It should be a priority for us all. And we might have to tighten our belts and just decide that. So I wanted to offer that. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Mansfield.
Thank you. I appreciate both all the comments from my colleagues. This is it's a tough decision right now. It's a we don't want to make cuts. We don't want to see any services that we provide to our families. We don't want to lose essential staff. We've been cutting for years. This is not that there's a reason that we've stretched it out this far, right? And there's a reason that we haven't been on the ballot again and again in the last several years. We've already made the cuts to trim fat and to consolidate the district and to right size our buildings. As difficult as all of those decisions were, and they were difficult. We know that if we don't go for a levy, that there will be more difficult decisions to make, and that hurts. But we also have to be mindful of what's going on around us right now. And this is not a normal, almost first week of August, last week of July. There's nothing normal about what we're looking at. None of us could have foreseen this 6 months ago or a year ago, that we'd be meeting virtually for one and not being able to have conversations together in person about this, or the other decisions that we have yet to do tonight. So I think that being mindful of the flux that our community is in, that it's probably prudent for us to wait, even though that means that there'll be pain in between. So I appreciate the comments of my colleagues. I think that Mr. Pendleton's done an excellent job of explaining to us what the, what we have to face either way, and he'll continue to do so. So just wanted to weigh in on that. Thank you, Mr. President.
Oh, sorry, I was muted. Dr. Holland, then Dr. Akbar.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. President. So first, I want to thank my colleagues for their very thoughtful comments on what is a very sort of complex issue. I certainly agree with the superintendent's point that this is a fine balancing act that we're being asked to sort of take on. And while I understand why there are reasons for us to delay the levy, I think it's important that we understand prior to making a decision to wait on a levy. I think it's important to understand what exactly we're talking about when we're talking about that. I've heard the term, well, there's pain that's going to have to happen. We're looking at making cuts, and so as a board member, to make an informed decision about this, I think I would really need to have a better understanding as sort of what are we looking at in the short, medium, and long term if we wait. Because again, this is a balancing act, right? And so we talk a lot about the importance of education for our children. So if we don't place a levy on the ballot, I think it's important to ask what kinds of cuts are we looking at in the short term? And then if we wait until May or next November to put a levy on and it doesn't pass, then what are we looking at? So I guess I'm and I'll defer to Mr. Pendleton again, as the other co-chair of finance, Ms. Autry and I co-chair of finance. I think you're hearing us ask similar questions, which is we want to understand what are the financial the financial ramifications, both from a programming and staffing standpoint, that will of waiting, and so I've got some more to ask and to say, but I think that's probably a good point to pause to kind of cede the floor to Mr. Pendleton to kind of sort of walk us through what that would look like.
Mr. Pendleton.
Take myself off of mute as well. So let's start the response there at a high level, and as board member questions come in, I can get more detailed. But I started my follow-up comments to the board president talking about line 6.01 on the forecast. I know everybody doesn't walk around with the forecast like I do, but that's essentially the fiscal health line item of the district. So whether we're adding to the cash balance of our checkbook or we're pulling away from it. And frankly, we've been able to manage the deficit spend over the last few years. It's been almost 3 years that we've predicted the deficit spend. Now that's been between about $1 and $3 million or so, and we've been able to balance the budget those years. We're now looking this school year at around $15 to $16 million. So to Dr. Hall's point, starting at a high level, what needs to happen to stay ahead of this curve so that we don't almost go through a foregone conclusion that there will be deep programmatic cuts, right? And so if we start with the values of Finance Committee about protecting the classroom, what do we need to do to protect ourselves? Now, I know that the discussion that we're going to have next on the reopening has a major impact on finances. And so let me answer that this way. From March 13th to the end of the school year, to include the reduced budget, lack of spending, lack of supplies, materials, and capital, and a little bit on the hourly and substitute employees that were not needed through the rest of the year, that were not covered by CARES Act and not covered by the Board of Education, we were still able to trim our general fund budget between $6 and $7 million as reported. Now, if we start this school year in a remote setting, we will most definitely spend less general fund money, but then we'll have to be active managers, and that could look like other budget reductions. Could that include staff? It's possible, yes. Will it include a refining of all the contracts and business operations? Yes. But as you can imagine, we're not going to be transporting students. We should not have nearly the utility bills on our business footprint. We would start there and then work through similar resolutions that the board has publicly discussed called essential staff. And we would obviously wrap those supports around the needed programs depending on the kind of reopening plan we would select. So that's a high level answer, and specifically to go back to the answer, Dr. Hall, at about a $15 million deficit. And for us to stay ahead of that curve, we would need to either make budget reductions in the amount of $15 million and or look and report on the spending, the less spending that is required from a virtual opening.
Yeah, I appreciate that, Mr. Pendleton. You know, and I guess again, I'm please understand that I am sensitive, you know, to the pain that this community is suffering because of COVID, you know, financially and otherwise. You know, and so at the same time, when times are tough, we ask our communities to prioritize what is the most important to them. I would suspect that our public education system, I would hope, I should say, that would be near the top of their priority list. So that's why, again, while I'm flexible and while I am, sort of willing to go along with, waiting to place a levy, I wouldn't be doing my job as the finance co-chair to ensure that the public didn't have a very good understanding of what could happen if we end up waiting to put it on in November. And so we're talking about a $15 million, deficit. I do think that we need to be able to talk about, what the impact of the classroom would be. So, Mr. Pendleton, if you're willing to state for the record that, that we could wait a year to place the levy on the ballot, and we would see very minimal programmatic and very minimal staffing impact, then that would go a long way towards swaying me that we can wait a bit longer to put a levy on the ballot. So I guess I sound like I'm teeing you up here, or setting you up, and I'm not trying to do that. I just want to make sure that we have that we have an informed board and an informed public, so they understand what exactly it is that we're talking about from a consequence standpoint. So again, let me pause there to get your response.
That sounds like you're, yeah. Okay, let me. Yeah, that's setting me up. Obviously, I can't make those programmatic decisions. That is a collective discussion for the board, and one that we would absolutely make sure that you are informed. The realities of COVID are the most unprecedented thing that I've ever seen in my 20 year plus career. It is almost impossible to forecast the needed expenses for the school year when we are debating the reopening plan next. That's an essential component of how that looks. That being said, $15 million is a substantial deficit. And so that would have more significant rounds of cuts than likely attrition afforded us over the past few years. I would answer it that way, and that would be from my experience. But I also do welcome the conversation with the board and finance committee as we move forward after tonight's decision on the reopening.
And I think we'll continue to point this out. I think it's worth noting as well, too, the compounding effect of those deficit spends year over year. Because on the 5-year forecast, it's 15 million or 16 million next year, but it's substantially higher in subsequent years. So I think that goes to the point too that any delay of a levy is simply just that too. It's a delay, but it can't be a significant delay because, to your point, or a point that was made earlier, there's no guarantee that we're going to be in a better spot next year. There's no guarantee that even whether we're in a better spot or we're not, that a levy is going to pass next year. But we are at a critical moment. And I think the community needs to know, has been pointed out earlier by both Ms. Autry and Dr. Hall so far, I think, and maybe others, was if we delay a levy this year, and I open this conversation with it, it's not so much a question of if next year, it's a question of when. And we're really going to need the community support behind us, because there's absolutely no denying that we're in a spot now where we need the levy support, but we also appreciate and understand where we are as a community. But Dr. Hall, you're bringing up good questions and you may have more follow-up. Go ahead if you do.
Yeah, and again, first let me reiterate something I said earlier, and that is, again, very sensitive, to what we're going through. But again, in times like these is when you ask a community to prioritize what is the most important to them. And so, and I'm wary of voting tonight on this without having, again, I don't know that I feel like I have enough information to be able to make an intelligent decision on whether or not we're a go or no go in November. I mean, the other thing that bears mentioning is that a lot of this conversation, I think, makes an assumption. And that assumption is that if we waited, to May or November of next year, that we would indeed pass a levy in May or November of next year. And so if we're negative 15 million this year and we don't pass it next year, then at that point, I think, quite obviously, I think we are looking at catastrophic decisions needing to be made. So that's where I'm wary. And I think, in the spirit of transparency as well, I think that, as a board, this is a public sort of discussion, right? We should be able to engage in real talk. And I think, the public needs to understand, those of you who are listening, that while we're all very sensitive to sort of what we're going through the community, we also don't want to shortchange our students in the classroom. And so that's where I keep them saying this is not a decision to be made lightly. And I guess I'm questioning whether or not, it's prudent to make a decision now in the moment, whether or not we would put one on or not. I mean, Mr. Pendleton, I guess, you've done the filings from a timing standpoint. Do you feel that it is imperative that we make a decision tonight, or do you feel as though, we would have an additional week, dare I say, to sort of have some more conversation about this?
August 5th is the deadline, and I think you're I wasn't sure if you were waiting on me to respond or you to respond, but August 5th is the deadline by which we must certify this to the ballot. So definitely days, not weeks. Mr. Pendleton?
Well, I'd follow up on the priority comments and echo them as well. That being said, I don't want any board member or any member of our community or those around this discussion to feel like that there's more information needed. So obviously we all take that very seriously, Dr. Hall. And if I could step out of my box a little bit, more information needed, and I'm interpreting just a little bit just to have that conversation, is around the unprecedented scenario that we're facing. I do believe we know the financial scenario extremely well. We know that school funding in Ohio provides every school district with its own levy cycle. Ours happens to be in very well proven about a 6-year cycle. We know financially that we have reduced our operating footprint substantially over the last 15 years. And with our operating metrics and efficiency ratios up against anyone, let alone the larger districts around Ohio. And we also know from contractual bargaining unit, which are our largest contracts, we know exactly where we stand financially. That being said, not having all the information on COVID minus the reopening that I think is next to come and its impact, Dr. Hall, on that specifically could have multiple 7-figure impacts to the budget. That being said, to President Bravo's comments, August 5th is the deadline. Obviously, we would need to give ourselves a couple days to hand deliver and certify to the county and to the Board of Elections. If there's other financials that we haven't provided related to the reopening plan, we should certainly do that. And we can do that in committee work. We can do that in another special board meeting. We can do that however you want to do that.
Yeah. Thank you for that. Let me clarify, I guess, my comment when I say more information needed. So I know the last board meeting, I know a question that I raised was, we're talking about the financial impact of passing and levy during this difficult time. I know a question I asked was, well, what was the impact going to be predicated upon various housing values? So the owner of a $75,000 house or $100,000 or $50,000, and so I know that you mentioned that you were going to work on that. And then the other part of that too is that, you mentioned the 3 different amounts we talked about, right? So, if we wait to put a levy on the ballot, my assumption is that we would be asking for a higher amount. So in some respects, one could argue that we are, to use a colloquial term, kicking the can down the road, just a bit, assuming that we'll be able to pick up that can later on. So again, while I can be swayed, to wait, I want to make sure that I understand that speaking for me, obviously, that I understand what the costs, are, with respect to those varying levy amounts to our taxpayers here, and then also to ask you one more question. That is, I guess my assumption was that if we wait to put the levy on, that we'll be asking for a higher amount. Is that correct?
Yeah. So the 2 questions I'll want to answer is the monthly amount coming from the tax certifications, and then theoretically, technically speaking, if we don't go on this year, we need to ask for a higher millage amount next year. So the tax certifications on, let's say, a 7.9 mil levy is less than $15 a month on the average value of an Akron home, which is, I believe, 68,000 and change is what we did the estimates on, and that represents the average. So it's less than $15 a month. The other question is, if there are not reductions made, either from spending less in a virtual reopening or budget reductions, the textbook answer says that we need to ask north of 10 mils, maybe as high as 13 to 15 mils. If we are able to trim the budget, either through virtual reopening and or budget reductions, we can get it back down to the millage amounts that we've been looking at. But that goes back to the number of, can we balance the budget for next year? A large determining factor of that is our reopening plan.
So thank you for that. And I appreciate your transparency. So for me, that's you've kind of distilled it down to what for me is the crux of the issue, which is we can either go now in November and ask for a lower millage amount of 7.9, 6.9, 7.9, or 8.9, or we can wait, till next year and hope that we're able to trim the budget sufficiently. And if we do, we're still probably asking north of 9 mils, maybe 10. And if we're not, we could be asking for as much as 13 to 15 mils, which, my thought and my assumption, Mr. Pendleton, would be that, that the higher the millage amount, the less likely it is to pass. So that's where I come back to my original point, which is if we wait, I'm just wary of being in next May or November and asking for north of 9, north of 10, 12, 13, 14 mils. And having the public really balk at that, as well. So, and now we're in a situation where when we could have went at 8.9 or 7.9 and we didn't, we're now going at a higher number and we may not pass that. So that's where, I think at days end, I think we all have to, I think you'd agree, we all have to do the best we can with the information we have right now. It just feels like we're leaving an awful lot, to chance or to fate or to circumstance by waiting to next year. And so, I'm saying all this because, I want to make sure that my colleagues and you all, understand how conflicted I am about this, because on one hand, Ms. McKittrick made a very eloquent sort of plea for why we should wait. And so I want to make sure I'm respectful of her position, as well. And fully acknowledge the weight of what she said. I'm struggling to balance that up against, to your point, Mr. Pendleton, the multitude of uncertainty that we're looking at in the future. And so there's a lot of assumptions of things that would have to happen in next year. And I just really, I find it just a bit scary to be candid with you. So, and so I think, so having said that, I don't have any more questions to ask at this time. So I'll see the floor back to you, Mr. President.
Thank you. And I think for what it's worth, Dr. Hall, you are kind of putting on display exactly the struggle that we're all facing right now, right? Which is whether or not we are, as a community, we can get behind this. So great questions, great discussion. Dr. Akbar?
Yes, just to extend on what Dr. Hall said, and I just like to bracket it in this way that we're living in what's been called unprecedented and uncertain. And with uncertainty and unprecedented, you have to look at things potentially a little differently than you normally would. And so considering all of the conflict of the back and forth that Dr. Hall so eloquently outlaid, I think we all have gone through, I think we also have to bracket it with, if we go this year, we're still going to potentially need to go again in a few years after that. And so none of it is an easy conversation, but I think that what I want to share with everyone based off where I stand and where my position I've become resolved in for now is that basically our district is in need of your support. It's in need of everyone's support in order to create a school system that we want. And we live in unprecedented, uncertain times. While there may be a cloud that many people see today, the hope is that we come out of this cloud where there's many days and many years of sunshine. And the way we do that is by coming together as a community, and we support and rally behind our schools, like Ms. Autry said. We have a bold challenge ahead. And with that bold challenge, we also recognize that we are an essential service to the city of Akron and to our community. Our schools are pivotal in what we do and what we provide to the maintenance of our community. And so we have seen that on display with this pandemic. We've seen it on display throughout the summer with the meal program. And I think that we continue to show that we can be innovative. This future that we are embarking upon, even though we didn't necessarily ask to have these same challenges, are going to challenge us to be bold and innovative. And I think that we have that opportunity. The future for APS is definitely bright, and we need everyone's support to move to that next level. And with that being said, I have received calls and emails on both sides of the spectrum of putting a levy on in November or not putting the levy on, and being respectful for the struggle that people have. And I want to say that I've heard each and every one of you, and I've made the decision that in this difficult time that everyone's going through, and the uncertainty that we all have just about the upcoming school year and about the pandemic, that I've resolved that this is not the right time to move forward with a levy. But saying that, I want to echo our President Bravo's comments about saying that it's not a question of if we go next year, it's when. And I would like for us to, as a board, to make that decision or proclamation known to the public soon, so that we can begin that process of educating people about the need. The need is clear, in my opinion, and the service and what we provide as a district is also clear. And so we need support from our whole community to be able to continue to do that and take that to the next level.
Thank you, Dr. Akbar. And I've kind of, Mr. Alexander.
Yeah, I just have a question, and it's for Mr. Pendleton, because he would probably be the one to be able to answer this question most. We know that we have our cycle is normally about 6 years for Akron Public Schools, but we have waited 8 years to go back to the people, trying to be respectful and trying to be considerate and not go back to them so soon. But if we and I know if we waited, we talk about waiting to next year. If we wait to next year, the millage is going to be higher. My question is, if we go next year, maybe around May or so, and we go for a smaller millage than what we were thinking, and then maybe possibly go back in 6 years to ask versus waiting 8 more years, would that help us any at all?
Thank you, Mr. Alexander. So I want to clarify maybe one of those comments from the earlier conversation we had about the millage amounts in next year. If no budget reductions, either organically or actively managed by the board, meaning the reopening plan will dictate some of our expenses and whether or not we make some reductions on top of that to balance the budget. If we made none of those reductions, the millage would most definitely have to be higher. Now, just because we are losing another calendar year and or tax year, the millage may have to be higher even with some of those, but we need to evaluate that as we get into the reopening plan. Unfortunately, one of the reasons that we were able to extend from 6 to 8 years and really extend this levy cycle was that the board was actively managing our footprint and closed a number of buildings. And those resonated long before our last levy attempt. It's really taken place over the last 15 years. And when I say active management, what I really mean to do is to say to the superintendent and the board, those were well done. those were well done because they were done in a time where it was done through attrition. So as folks retired, we weren't making layoffs during those times and those reduced footprints. So those, what I say, the board was actively managing that situation. Unfortunately, this is different. This is different because we are largely at capacity in all of our buildings. I don't mean 100% capacity, but a good academic study says about an 85% capacity utilization of our buildings is an efficient use of them. We have some that are larger than that and some that are just slightly lower than that, but we've really worked hard at that. I don't know that the next levy attempt can last us 6 years. Now, the current modeling says 3 to 4 with higher millages could last us 5. So I do believe how we respond to the reopening, again, all of the typical models are really distorted when it comes to COVID and the implications that districts are going through. And it's very difficult to say this one will last us 6 years because the typical models say that it won't.
Thank you. And I think we've heard from everyone, and I just want to add my own 2 cents, and I want to pick up where Dr. Akbar was speaking. If it's the board's decision tonight to not place a levy on the ballot, then I think I would take it one step further and say, let this then be the beginning of our campaign for next year. Because I think has been made clear, not just tonight, but over the last several weeks, that the need for the financial support is there. And, you know, I appreciate certainly all of the questions in the discussion tonight, and I can understand where Dr. Hall and Ms. Autry from the Finance Committee, from their perspective, is really coming from, especially having chaired that committee for a few years, and you see what appears to be in front of you, a cliff. And there's only so far that you can push that off. And we're really, if we make the decision not to go tonight, then we're pushing it off for sure. Or as Dr. Hall said, we're kicking the can in hopes that we'll be able to pick it up again later. And certainly that is the hope. There's no guarantee, as it's been pointed out tonight. But if our decision tonight is to not put a levy on the ballot, then I think the community needs to know that this is, at least unofficially in my terms, the launch of our campaign for next year, because we can't afford to go beyond next year without putting it in front of the voters. It is a reality at this point that the financial support is needed. With that, I think we've heard from everyone. So the question tonight, there are 3 resolutions in front of you, each representing the different millage amounts that were certified by the Summit County Fiscal Officer in terms of the amounts that those millages would produce. If you make a motion for any one of those resolutions, then we will take a vote. If you make no motion on any of those resolutions, then there will be no vote and the matter will die for lack of a motion. So at this point, I'd like to open it up and allow anyone that would like to make a motion on a levy issue to make one. And if there's not one, then we will move on.
Mr. President, I'll actually like to make a different motion, not on those 3 resolutions, but just I would like to move that this board discontinue consideration for a levy for the ballot of November 2020, and instead move forward with discussing and considering a levy on the ballot in 2021, either in May or November.
All right, there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Second.
Can we clarify? I'm sorry. Point of clarification. Can we restate the motion that's being presented? I have to make sure that I followed the language. So we're going to
discontinue discussions on a levy issue for the November 2020 ballot, and to continue discussions on a levy issue for the 2021 ballot. And it's not clarified whether it would be May or November. I think that's up for further discussion.
So before we go further on that, so that's sort of I guess that's similar to saying we're basically voting to not put a levy on the ballot in November. I mean, I know that we phrased it a little bit differently, but I just want to make sure that's what the outcome.
Correct. A motion was not needed. You could have not voted on or had any movement on the 3 resolutions that are in front of you tonight. Dr. Akbar wanted to make a motion to just end the discussion with no consideration of those resolutions.
And I seconded.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Any comments, question, or discussions? Recognizing a motion and a second on the floor.
Yeah, I just have a comment. So I recognize that we're up against it from a timing standpoint, but I did ask a question earlier. I just want to make sure that I heard the answer on, which was, so hypothetically, if we wanted to take more time to talk about this, there is more time, Mr. Pendleton. We could take a few more days, as long as a week.
That is correct. We have one additional resolution to place a levy initiative on the November ballot with the appropriate timing prior to August 5th.
Yeah. Okay.
Any other comments, questions, or discussion? Ms. Audrey.
Yes. So I just wanted to reiterate that I do understand and reiterate the importance of the need for a levy. And I know we're talking about financials and money. The other point I just wanted to mention and a concern is that as we move forward, any cuts that we're going to need to make, I am concerned about some of our schools that are already having challenges. And I just want to make sure that cuts that are made aren't disproportionately affecting, those buildings that are already having some challenges. So that is also just one of my concerns with not reinforcing our financials at this time with a levy.
Thank you.
Yeah, and this is Dr. Hall. I just had one more comment on this too. I mean, I know Mr. Pendleton said several times during our Q&A, that there was more that we would talk about from a finance standpoint in relation to the reopening plan. So I'm wondering, does it make sense to discuss the reopening plan and then come back to this this motion?
Dr. Akbar, your motion, we'll let you speak up.
The motion's on the table. The reason why I put the motion out there was I don't think that regardless of what we decide with the reopening, my thought is that we need to, based off what I'm hearing, is that it's likely that we won't move forward with the November 2020 ballot, but we need to begin moving forward quickly, but then also steadily for putting the levy on the ballot in 2021. And so that's why I made the motion in the way that I did, instead of letting the resolutions just simply die. It says that we as a board still are considering a levy and continuing forward in that fashion, just not in November of 2020, but specifically definitely in 2021.
Thank you. Ms. Mansfield.
I just want to clarify and make sure that it's understood that in no way would whether we go remote or not have a financial reason. We would not consider going online just to save some money. I just want to say that out loud. I'm sure that I know that's not in any way anyone's intention in what they're saying, but I don't want it to be misconstrued and have somebody draw that conclusion. Anything that we do about the reopening is all about student and staff safety. It has, if there's a financial savings in it, that would be completely secondary to safety. I just need to say that out loud, just to clarify. Again, no one has said that. And I'm not accusing anyone of saying that. I just want to make sure it's not misconstrued somehow in the translation.
Well, I would echo that, Ms. Mansfield. Mr. President,
Dr.
the
Hall?
reason why I asked, the reason why I asked my question to Dr. Akbar is because, because I think my position on this is that I think it's probably become more evident in the last few minutes, but I am in favor of placing a ballot placing a Levy on the ballot in November, and so. But having said that, the way that Dr. Akbar's motion is phrased, I would not. A no vote on that would indicate that I'm not open to talking about a levy next year, and so that wouldn't be the case. So that's why I was sort of commenting on that about the phraseology. So if this board decides tonight that we're not going to move forward with putting a levy on the ballot in November, then that's fine. And of course, I would be supportive of having the conversation again for next May or November. But again, just for the way that the motion is phrased, it would seem to indicate that a no vote on that would be me saying no, I'm not willing to have that conversation in May. I'm sorry, for next year.
Thank you. And as you pointed out, I don't see any other folks lined up for questions or comments. A yes vote would mean we would end the discussion for putting a levy on the ballot for the November 2020 election cycle. But to Dr. Hall's point, it does not necessarily mean that you would not entertain a no vote would not mean that you would not entertain discussion for a 2021 ballot initiative for a levy. Are there any final comments, questions, or discussion?
Yeah. So for clarity's sake, I guess I would offer a potential competing motion, which would be, can we just make it, can we make it simplistic and just vote thumbs up or thumbs down on putting a levy on the ballot in November?
Dr. Akbar, would you be willing to amend your motion to one that would end the discussion for the November 2020 election cycle only?
Well, honestly, if no one puts a motion up for one of those resolutions, then that ends the discussion for this month. So if you want to make it simple, we can take that part out of the discussion altogether and just move to consider a levy for May or November of 2021.
So I know that we're in some procedural kind of the bushes here a little bit. So I know that the motion left in the agenda, was on those three levy amounts, right? So Ryan, you would need a motion and one that would pass in order to move forward with that for November. Is that correct?
That is correct. Inaction would be the same thing as taking some of the commentary about discontinuing the conversation. So inaction on any one of those resolutions or a motion from board and second to further the resolution to proceed would also do the same thing.
Gotcha. So again, I mean, my preference would be that we, for clarity's sake, that we partition the motion in two pieces. One, to end discussion on November, or I'm sorry, to put a levy in the ballot in November, and two, to begin conversation about a levy next year. I mean, that's my preference. And if it's easier for me just to make the motion for the three levy amounts, I'm happy to do that if that makes this more simplistic and you all can vote thumbs up or thumbs down on it. And then we can move on to Dr. Akbar's motion.
Well, to your point, we're getting into we're getting into the procedural weeds here. We already have a motion and a second on the table, so we either need to call the question and vote on that, or ask Dr. Akbar to withdraw his motion and let no one make a motion. Either no one make a motion on the three resolutions, or someone make a motion and we vote them up or vote them down.
Yeah, I'd like
to. I made my motion as originally stated.
All right. So at this point, let's call the question.
I'm sorry, Patrick. Can you clarify for me one more time what a yes vote entails?
So a yes vote would be to end the discussion for the 2020 November election cycle. So we would end the discussion and we would not put a resolution forward to the board for a levy for November 2020, but we would discuss putting one on the ballot for 2021. A no vote would mean that we would continue the discussion for this year, which then of course would invalidate the second half of that motion. So,
Okay.
But I would also say, to your point, Dr. Hall, a no vote would not necessarily mean that you're not in favor of continuing the discussion for the 2021 May or November election cycles.
Okay, great. Thank you for the clarification. Appreciate that.
Thank you. So we're going to call the question at this point. Roll call, please.
Ms. Autry,
No.
Mr. Bravo,
Yes.
Dr. Hall,
No.
Mrs. Mansfield,
Yes.
Mrs. McKittrick,
Yes.
Dr. Akbar,
Yes.
Mr. Alexander.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion passes.
Thank you so much. Motion passes. So that ends the discussion for a levy on the November ballot. But the public should, I suppose, take notice of the conversation tonight. It was very thoughtful. It was a lot of good discussion from our board members, a lot of good questions asked and opinions proffered. But I would suggest again that let this be sort of the unofficial launch of our 2021 levy campaign. As you've heard tonight and over the last several weeks, the financial need for this district is real, but we also understand where we are in terms of a district and the community, and again, the state and the country for that matter, in terms of what COVID-19 has brought to us. And we're also at the end of a levy cycle in general. So this is not just COVID-19 related. As you've heard tonight, our levy cycle is typically 6 years. We've stretched it to 8. So the need is very real. But when we stretched it to 8, no one could have foreseen, as was pointed out tonight, that we'd also be facing the financial realities of a pandemic. And if that discussion wasn't difficult enough, now we have the discussion, further discussion of our restart and additional recommendations from the superintendent. So at this time, I'd like to offer the floor to our superintendent, Dr. James, for some comments on our restart plans.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I do want to reiterate what Mrs. Mansfield said. As all of our recover and reopening teams have been working, you know, the one thing that I insisted upon is that we frame those discussions around student safety. There are a lot of things to consider on our approach to reopening schools. Several weeks ago, you got the draft plan with the options, the various options, 100% in person, a blended model, and then a little bit on a completely remote model. We then came back and the board had questions about the remote model. And so I had my staff go back and take a look at how that can be accomplished. And tonight I have Mary Kelly, Karen Gijic, and my staff who will walk through that process of remote. What I'm looking for tonight is really a decision on, are we okay with going to the remote model? There are a lot of ramifications for that. I was speaking with Pat Scheib from AEA this morning about what's going to be needed with our recover and reopen teams moving forward as we prepare for a restart. And we've also discussed the potential for altering our start date. That was at a previous meeting, and I believe Mr. Akbar brought that up, and we're looking at that. So I'd like to turn it over to Mary Kelly and staff to walk through what we're talking about in terms of 100% remote start to the school year, knowing full well that the entire time if we choose to go that route, we would have to be evaluating things. I know today some new information about children. I think in Florida they were seeing a rise in some of the infections among younger kids, so that's a concern for me as we look at how we're going to approach the start of our school.
Thank you, Superintendent, for this opportunity. We're actually going to ask Karen Gijic if she could give us an overall start to our discussion, and then we are going to sort of tag team throughout.
Thank you.
So Karen.
Thank you. So Superintendent and board members, treasurer, members of the public, when we met a week ago, we were reviewing the collaborative team's projections of a site-based and remote, a blended start. Last week, this board had the inclination to look at a totally remote recommendation and ask for some more information about that. So the superintendent asked us to do some research and bring you some additional information. So we did that. And the first piece that kept coming across was that we have never before opened our schools using remote learning protocols in a pandemic. There is no roadmap for this work. There is just the guiding principles that our superintendent shared, the safety of our staff and the safety and the academic rigor for our students. So with those two champions moving forward with a remote plan, we put together a draft example of what that plan can look like, knowing that we are still working with our collaborative teams to put the real detail around the plans. But the research around a totally remote opening indicates that you cannot just apply a school day pattern over a remote protocol. You have to do something differently. And there are some developmental milestones that we look at for our learners. How much screen time a kindergartner should be exposed to, and what's the rigor for a kindergarten student that has never been in our classrooms before? How do we engage them? How do we involve them? And how do we move the learning forward for our youngest learners who've never yet been in our classrooms? So we have some examples of what that can look like. And we looked at other states, because some other states, about 17 of them, have some guidance about how much time a kindergartner, a first grader, a third grader, a ninth grader, a senior should spend in a virtual learning environment. So with that in mind, we put together some draft example schedules. And Superintendent, may I share my screen? That
Yes.
would allow you to see. So this is the 3rd through 5th grade example. It has a schedule that starts, as all of them do, with some collaborative teacher planning time, because our teachers are going to need more time to work together in teams. And then most of the guidance suggests starting with a morning meeting, a protocol where students come together virtually and engage in building that school community. That's where our SEL check-ins and our attendance could be, because these are really draft examples of student days. Then we would look for a morning chunk of instruction that would be small group and large group, where students would rotate through 30-minute increments, small group instruction tailored to meet their personalized needs. Independent centers, interventions, special subjects, gifted instruction would fit in the first morning section. We've built into these sample draft example schedules a lunch period that would allow for whatever lunch configuration Mrs. Folk and Laura Kepler's staff will allow us to pursue. We would need some waivers, we would need some applications, but we built in a time in midday for our students to arrange for lunch. We also built in to that time an office hour or 30 minutes of break for the teachers to be available to parents. The research says our teachers need to be readily available to parents in a totally remote learning environment, so we built that into all of the models. Of course, it could occur at any time, but it would be publicized so the teacher will share that schedule with our parents. And then we have an afternoon session where the same type of personalized, tailored education would be delivered to our students in an afternoon session of no more than 2 hours, and it wouldn't be all online, but broken up with different activities and different experiences. And then the school day would end for our staff with additional time for planning for PLC so that they can collaborate and decide what comes next. We also know that the board felt very strongly about extending the school day. So from the time that students end their day until about 7, it could even go later. On our draft model, we have virtual tutoring drop-ins that students and families could access. We think it might be more important for families of kindergartners, of first graders, and then important for our older students to have virtual help with homework, with projects, with things they didn't understand in the traditional virtual delivery. So we also have some opportunities that we're going to share with you about samples of materials that we will need. When we engage our students in our buildings, we have materials and supplies available for our students to access the curriculum. When we are delivering 100% remote instruction, students still need those materials, so we will package and have homegoing packets that would have those basic materials so students can access the curriculum, though they're not in our classrooms with the materials readily available. We have consumables in many of our adoptions that go with the math program. The math is a digital adoption, but there are consumable pieces. So we would need to break those apart, send them packets home so that the students have all of the materials that they would ordinarily have in a traditional day school delivery for accessing curriculum remotely. So there are a lot of moving pieces when we transition from entirely or even a blended face-to-face where we get to see students on a regular basis to a totally remote delivery. So there are some basic schedules here that I can certainly share with you. I apologize for making you dizzy as I go down to the actual copy of the 5th grade, where we would, the research also suggests that we give parents and the students a schedule so they know what to expect, so they know what's coming next. So it's not a mystery from day to day. Just as we have a schedule within the context of a school day, schedules are evidenced in virtual learning environments for students. And we will take advantage of that and collaboratively develop those. Our teachers will have seen some of these. Some of our teachers have been invited to continue that discussion and dialogue. Our high school example that we had for you last week really hasn't changed that much, because our high schools were going to be remote when students come in for activities, for labs, for some other specialized opportunities. They also will have homegoing packets of materials. So, Mrs. Kelly, have I forgotten anything?
No, Karen, I think that was a well-rounded introduction. And we are just to emphasize that these are just drafts. So based on the decision that you make this evening, we really need to take this work back to our committees and really put together a concrete schedule that we can roll out to our staff. So Karen and our team can certainly address any questions that you may have at this time.
Great. Thank you so much for that. And thank you for all of the work that you put into it. I know that you guys have been working around the clock. I know you've been fielding questions from us at all hours of the day. We appreciate it. And we want you to know again, how much we appreciate all of the work that you put into all of the plans that you've brought us. This isn't the first one, and we know that there's still a lot of questions yet to be asked and answers yet to be had. So again, from the bottom of our hearts, thank you so much. We know that this is a unique time, and we appreciate, again, all of the work that you're putting in. We're going to start opening it up to questions and comments from the board. We'll go with Dr. Hall first, and then Mr. Alexander. And if you could let me know in the comments if you have some, and then I'll be sure to keep an eye out for you.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Thank you, Karen, for that, and Ms. Kelly for that robust presentation. I guess my opening question is one of, process. I think, Ms. Kelly, I think you mentioned that kind of the next step, or maybe Ms. Giesecke, you mentioned this as well, that the next step was to go back to our committees. So are you referring to the RRAP committees? Is my first question when you say that?
Yes, I am.
Okay. So because I guess, again, from process standpoint, I guess my question was going to be, so does that mean then that what we're seeing tonight has not been shared with our partners over at AEA?
No, for my committee in particular, our team did create a proposal. The biggest difference with our proposal to the one you've seen this evening is our proposal did not include an hour for lunch, because that was something new for us. So yes, our team did come up with the proposal, but just not the noontime lunch.
And
Okay.
Dr. Hall, if I may answer.
Yeah.
My co-chair, Mr. Dantas, and I meet every Tuesday with the team. We had not yet crafted this last Tuesday because we got the new direction, I think, Monday. Mr. Dantas said as soon as we have the resolution recommendation from the board, then we really know what our plan should be. So I think my subgroup is looking for that recommendation from the board.
Well, I guess the reason why I asked the question is because, as you kind of scroll through, the document, there's definitely more meat on the bone, to sort of borrow a phrase, this time around. And so when I saw that, my first question was, are we confident that our partners over at AEA are on board and supportive of what you guys have laid out here this evening? And if they are on board, I guess I'm contrasting this when you presented a few weeks ago. I think Ms. Shipe was on here, and there was a lot of co-presentation going on, and I noticed that's not happening tonight. So that's why I'm asking the question. I guess really wanting to ensure that we're following a process that is collaborative and collegial with our partners, because the last thing we want to do is come off as that we're dictating to them, sort of what the plan is going to be, right? I mean, so I think, and again, not to speak on behalf of my board colleagues, but I think we all would prefer to see a collaborative and sort of collegial interaction, with them, since they in fact represent the folks who are going to make these models work, right? So that was my question. I guess that's my question / comment. And so it sounds then to me then, and I'll take your comment on my comment here in just a second. But my question is, so are you then saying that as we move forward, then that this plan, if we approve it tonight, the outline of this, that this then goes back to those committees, and we would then be working with our partners at AEA again on this? I guess that's my question.
I can answer that. Yes. Every Monday I meet with our union presidents, and today Ms. Shipe was on that call, and we actually discussed this. I mean, okay. So that is definitely my expectation for our teams to get together, because one of the things is it's hard. Remember, the first report that we presented on June 29th had various recommendations, the 100%, in person, and the blended model, and then the remote model. And then when we came back to take input, the board posed some specific questions about getting some meat on the bone for remote. That's what I charge my staff to work on. There are a couple of issues, like whether teachers have to work in person at buildings while kids are doing 100% remote learning. That's really never been my position. As I told the AEA representative this morning, that we have some teachers who do want to work in the building because they have more of their support supplies there. Some may want to use their smart board, and she didn't have an issue with that, because we have some who won't want to do that. So yes, and she recognizes as well as I do, there's a 1,000,001 questions that'll have to be answered as these teams work back. We're looking for the more general decision on, are we doing 100% remote? Because I feel there are some issues in our community that we need to address in terms of safety, which is why I would propose that we do that. And then second, there's a lot of work that our teachers are going to do. We had the one suggestion of delaying school to like the middle of September. I think if I'm not mistaken, Mary, we want to go have all of our kids in no later than September 14th with some staggered starts, because there was questions. A parent called me yesterday about kindergarten and getting the Chromebook and meeting the teacher. So those are things that we have proposed, and some of those procedures we've used when we were in in-person school. So it's just making sure that we can address each grade level, and that is a collaborative process that will continue.
Yeah, I appreciate that. I appreciate that, Dr. James. I guess the last clarifying question I would ask. So this model then contemplates choice for teachers as it relates to them coming to the buildings in person. Is that
Yes.
confirm that? Okay. All right. Great. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Alexander, and then Dr. Akbar.
Yes, thank you, Ms. Gizik and Ms. Kelly, for the presentation. It's very thorough, and thank you for your hard work. Question, and maybe you said this, and I might have been a little daydreaming or so, but for those kids who may need some remedial help and some additional help, what is the plan for those students?
So they will have small group instruction. We will leverage iReady and all of those rich resources that this board has put in place in our schools. And we will still have tutoring and small group just-in-time instruction. And we're planning that virtual after-school helpline for them too. So that, as this board suggested last week, that the superintendent would design enrichment and extension and interventions outside the school day to help our students.
Okay, and how often would that be for those students? Would it be once a week, every day after school, or how often would that be?
We're looking at a helpline that would have the structure of Monday through Thursday from 4 to 7. It could be 4 to 8. So it would be an after school. We talked about the potential, and we'll have to talk about this with our collaborative teams, of having a kindergarten specific helpline for our youngest learners. And what would that look like? And how would we help our parents of our youngest learners? But again, our kindergarten teachers and our collaborative teams will help us identify and design those interventions and those protocols, so our parents have help and our children do too.
Great. Thank you.
So, Mr. Alexander, if I could just join in with Mrs. Gijik's response.
Sure.
Again, that's part of the work that our team has to put together, are those actual schedules. So today was just one example of what the schedule could look like, but it will be different based on the school and the staffing that's available at each school. It will have to look different. We'll have to be flexible.
Right. Okay. That's fair. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Akbar.
Okay. Sometimes that thing is a little tricky. So I have a few questions and then some comments, but since I know you said that this is just a draft that hasn't gone to the full committee, so maybe I'll make most of these comments, but I do have two questions specifically. And one is to Dr. James's comment around staggered start or delayed start, and there being conversation on that. Yeah, did we lose Patrick? It looks like it. Okay. Let me see if we can get Patrick out to him really quickly. Sorry, everyone, for the delay. There he is. Okay. All right. So my question, and we waited for you, Patrick, by the way, is my question is to Dr. James about the staggered start. When will the board be asked to vote on that?
I'll let Mary review that, and then that can be at the board's pleasure. I mean, we already do with even in-person school a staggered start. We don't start all of our students on the same day, but I'll let Mary review what we're thinking right now.
So for the past 3 or so years, I'll start with the elementary level, and then I'll ask Mark Black if he would join us for the secondary proposed level. We have a staggered start where our kindergartners, because they are our youngest educators, our students that we're trying to get acclimated to school, we started a one-on-one appointment with their teachers. So their parent brings them in, and we actually do a screener with them. This year, we're looking at doing the same thing. We also give a vision screening, and hearing screening, and then an academic screener. So we would also like to do a PD with our parents around the Chromebooks and how to access Google Classrooms and Google Meet. So again, we're preparing them to get started with whatever platform you vote on this evening. And so in the past, that's taken 2 days, but because of the situation we're facing right now, we are asking for an extended amount of time so we can make it a more thorough training for both the students and their guardians. So we're looking at having all of our K and first grade students back in school by September 14th. Then for our second and third, fourth grade students, we're looking at having them back in school on September 10th. And then students at the elementary level in both 5th and 6th grade would be ready to report for the first day, tentatively September 11th. So that again, we can do that staggered start and help to address the needs by grade levels instead of having all of the students at one time.
Any follow-up, Dr. Akbar?
Oh, I thought Mark Black was going to join.
Mark, can you speak to the middle school and the high school staggered schedule?
Good evening.
Good evening.
We do the same thing. It's similar, except for in the middle school and the high school, we use our transition grades to come in first. But with the pandemic, we're kind of switching it a little bit, where we are going to recommend that our 8th graders with the transition grade of 9th grade and our seniors come in first. The reason being is because our seniors have to get a jump start on what it is they need towards graduation and what their blended schedule will look like. And when I say blended schedule, I'm talking CCP and some of the extracurricular courses that they may have, so that they can understand what their role is going to be virtually. And then, of course, our freshmen, it's their first time being in high school. So we'll be doing virtual orientations and kind of giving all of our teachers in the high school building an opportunity to adopt students so that it's smaller conversations with what students need to transition to high school. And then the same for our we got 2 transition points at some of our high schools. Bookdale and East. Bookdale had 6th and 7th graders who are technically transitioning. The 6th graders are coming from the 5th grade, and then the 6th to 7th, they're going to have a different experience than they had last year, because at Bookdale, they'll be transitioning into more about academies and things of that nature. And over at East, our 7th graders are coming from our elementary. So our uprising 7th graders were 6th graders last year in the elementary. So we want them to have the building or the middle school side to themselves so that the teachers can really acclimate them to high school, because it's really a high school setting because it's grades 7 through 12. And then, like Mary said, all students would have started by September 14th. Normally, we have seniors and juniors start after Labor Day. The last 3 years, they've started after Labor Day. Our freshmen, sophomores, and 6th graders always start first, and then the 7th and 8th graders come after. So it's pretty much the same, except for we're flipping it, starting the seniors earlier so that they can get going and prepared for their CCP courses as well.
Okay, thank you. And then my next question has to do with the helpline. When you talk about the helpline, who's actually on the receiving end of the helpline? Which job classification?
So who will receive the calls? Is that the question? So we're looking at using the same type of format around the helpline that we used this spring, where we had district coaches that answered the questions so they knew the content, a long-term substitute that is very versed in all aspects of the district. So somebody with a teaching license, could be a TSS, technical support specialist, who will be there for the technology piece. Because we know that technology is wonderful, just as we have it in this board meeting. But then some of us will now and then be booted off, and our teachers and our families will need some help around that. So we will have those supports available with help, either academic or technological.
Thank you. Yes, technology is our friend all the time. And the last thing I'll say for now, then I have some comments later before we end the discussion. But I think Ms. Kelly and Ms. Gijic, when you're going back to the committee, I think that what I would like to see is that we have if we decide to go remote learning 100%, that we still offer options. So that we offered the structure option that you presented today, that Dr. James sent us, for those families and students that really need that and can handle that. And then we also offer a more flexible option as well for those families, for whatever reason, need that as well. I think that would assist the vast majority of the students, as well as teachers and staff members, if they also had that level of flexibility to be able to do that. One other thing that I think that this leads us to the conversation around, when does school happen? And I think that when you think about some of the concerns that at least Dr. James mentioned earlier today about getting a lot of the calls from families in the evenings and on weekends, maybe we should also consider offering the helpline and or some coaching or tutoring or teaching opportunities for those in that more flexible arrangement on one of the weekend days as well. So just something that I thought that would be good to consider there. And then the very last thing is our ed assistants. We've gotten a lot of comments and feedback about them. But one of the things that I think will be important is as we think about how we utilize roles like that in our tutors and our substitutes, as you mentioned about working for the ed helpline, that we consider including them in that conversation around what that looks like, because all of those entities have said that they weren't involved. So just as we move forward, we vote for 100% remote, that you broaden who you bring to the table.
Thank you, Dr. Akbar. Ms. Autry?
I just want to thank the team for their ongoing work with this. There was a quote within the report that I found very appropriate, in that in our traditional classrooms, time is constant and learning is variable, but remotely, time is variable and learning is constant. So I feel like we have a real good opportunity here moving forward. So I just wanted to point that out. And I also wanted to just suggest, as we're moving forward, ongoing collaboration with our families as well, because they have a perspective that, you know, we might not see. And as we discuss a helpline, maybe that line should also be able to take comments, suggestions, things from our families and our students as well, on how we can make the remote learning as good as it can be. So I just want to encourage that collaboration with our families as well. And thank you.
Good. Thank you so much. Dr. Hall?
Okay. Thanks, Mr. President. Yeah, I just had a few additional questions / comments. The first question I had was, have we largely, actually, I don't want to ask a question that way. Are we still dealing with internet access problems for our students, or do we anticipate it being a large opportunity for us? Is kind of the part A of that question. Part B, I'm thinking specifically about our incoming students, like the kindergartners and things like that. And do we have a plan for how we're going to address that? That's my first kind of part A and part B.
Sure. So we've re-upped the roughly 1,000 hotspots that were used this past spring. We've renewed their contract. We're also, if you remember, several board meetings ago, we switched our internet provider to Spectrum. They also have a program that they're working with us on how to get internet access to properties that are set up for that. And then also, as we talk with people, we collected a lot of information from families in the spring about who had internet access, and a majority of families actually did. And we're going to do the same thing for our, getting started for the school year. So I'm confident that we can, meet those needs when, we find a need there with a family.
Got you. Thank you.
Superintendent, if I may just add, just a reminder that we also have 2 summer programs taking place right now with partners, our Project Grad, Akron, and also AMHA, where our pre-K coming into kindergarten students are signing up for appointments to receive a Chromebook. And they also let us know about if they need internet at that time. And Howard Lawson and his team are working with us to provide hotspots and the Chromebook to the family, along with some training for the parents and the students so that they can successfully engage in those 2 programs.
Great, fantastic. And then my next question, I guess, will be a follow-up for Dr. James. So as we sort of move forward with the 100% sort of online learning, My question is, can you comment on how that would change what we're doing for our employees who work downtown, as far as requirements around being there in person?
Sure. Yeah. So I brought that up at our union president's meeting this morning because they had questions as well. And so we're going to go through that same process that we did early in the spring, and looking at basically who's essential, who's going to really be in our priority of supporting, teachers in the classroom, the electronic classroom, and then what some of those other supports look like. So people in this building, I mean, we already have people who've been rotating in and out. We'll be looking at who's really necessary to be in the building. And then some people will still have that option to also work from home. And I did, tell the union presidents there are some people that will have to work in person. When we have meal distribution, that has to happen. We will still have bus drivers. We're responsible for transporting some of our charter and parochial school students and non-publics. So there will be people that will have to, come in person and work, depending on the need. And then, of course, at our buildings, depending on, teachers who may need to access their classroom, will still have to have some folks work in person, as well as at, in this building. But it'll most likely be thinned out as well as we look at some of the challenges that we'll have in supporting, the online environment.
Fantastic, thank you. I've got two more quick questions, and then I'll cede the floor, Mr. President. Number one, I know the plan talks about supplies and consumable supports for our students. Ms. Kelly, Ms. Jezik, was that an obstacle in the spring, getting packets and things, to our students and other supplies? And if it was, are we better prepared to deal with that in the fall? I mean, from a supply chain and logistics standpoint?
So I believe that we will. Mary, would you like?
No, go right ahead, Karen, and then I'll follow after you.
Okay. So, Dr. Hall, in the spring, we knew we were closing, and the teachers sent home some of the consumable pieces with the students. If you vote to go totally remote, we will need a plan to deliver those consumable pieces that go right with the curriculum in probably 2-week increments, either a sign out, a pickup. We don't have all the materials in the hands of students the way that we did in the spring.
Right.
We don't have the consumable piece. We don't have the manipulative piece. So we will have a plan to get those that they have to have in their hands in order to unlock the curriculum for them. We don't have instruments in the hands of our band students. So it presents a different set of opportunities. But this whole team under Superintendent James is very flexible, very nimble, and will move heaven and earth to get the resources in the hands of kids.
Fantastic. And I think Ms. Kelly was going to comment.
Well, I just wanted to thank our teachers. In the spring, they were the ones to tell us what supplies they needed. And I would like to thank Deborah Falk and our warehouse team for coming together so quickly and providing supplies that were requested in the spring semester. We also gave a survey to teachers regarding what supplies would they like to start the year with in the fall, so we could try to be a little proactive and also work with any community partners that would like to also provide supplies with us. In the past, we've had Stuff the Bus, and we realized due to different situations taking place in the community, that may not be an option this year, but we still have partners in the community that are stepping forth, looking for opportunities to support us in providing some of the teachers' needs. So that is an area that we are currently working to address, as well as using our community partners to help us with some of our supplies.
Fantastic. And then last question I had was, so some of the parents that I've heard from with respect to online education and the little kids, so we're talking like kindergarten, first, second graders. One of the kind of questions/requests that I got was there any way to bring up to this group, you, Miss Kelly, Mr. Black, et cetera, was there any way to, and I'm going to fumble this a little bit in the question because again, I'm not one of the students doing the online education, but there was kind of a request to have it where the students didn't have as many small things to submit or deliver. They were asking, was there a way where they could submit more items that all at once, whether it was, sort of academic deliverables, whether it was homework, yada, yada, yada. Because I know a lot of the little kids really struggle, with submitting if there were 4 or 5 assignments or 4 or 5 things that needed submitted. I guess there was some struggle there. And so again, I know I fumbled that question just a bit, but I suspect that you all know what I'm talking about, and kind of want to get your comments on that.
So I think that's why we built in the teacher collaboration time, so that teacher to teacher, we're not giving multiple assignments that fall on the student without knowing what the other people are doing. So I think that collaboration and that uniform planning around the support of students will help us.
Okay, great, thank you.
And I believe that that's part of the work we plan to do when the teachers return in August. Again, having it more building-based discussions around how do we give out assignments without overwhelming the students, and the platform that we're using, our Google Classroom. And so again, it's an area for us to grow in, but we look forward to having those discussions with our staff in August.
Great, thank you, Ms. Kelly. And Mr. President, I'll cede the floor back to you.
Thank you so much, Ms. Sawtrey.
Thank you very much. So this is probably one of the most popular questions. Now, should we proceed with a remote learning? Does that automatically cancel our sports and extracurriculars? And do we even have answers?
Thank you for bringing that up. That is going to be a problem, because if we're concerned about, okay, so let me talk about my, thoughts around that. To some extent, we can control what happens in our buildings. We can have safety plans, require masks, have gloves, sanitizing, deep cleaning. But what happens is when our kids are out in the community, they're either back home or they're at the store. We don't control that. And that's been some of the problems with community spread. It's hard for me to, and this isn't anti-sports, but we're in the middle of a pandemic. And, people who understand how, the virus gets transmitted, it's by close, choirs. I have a problem with that. We've seen a lot of issues where groups who are singing, particularly in a confined space, ended up having an outbreak. And so when we look at some of our students, and young people are getting the infection and they can pass it on to others, but some of particularly the high contact sports, that's a problem. And I don't know, I know there's some talk. I was on a ESC meeting last week, and there were some people talking about, can we get some leadership, from the Athletic Association and maybe the governor's office, and talk about, should we postpone part of our season, flip some season? So we're still waiting for some further guidance, about that, Mrs. Autry, because it is a problem. And I do have some concerns about how do we close our buildings and do 100% remote, but then still have people in there lifting weights, doing conditioning, practices, scrimmages, and things like that. It's heartbreaking, because I know, that there are kids, athletics is part of their path to success. We have to think about that, as well as art and music and all the academics. And it's just hard to balance all those. And we really do need some help, I think, from people who are higher than us and who regulate this to come out with, I think, some more common sense guidelines. And people are I know I'm getting things thrown at me right now, but it's difficult because we do want to make sure that our coaches are safe, that our students are safe, our staff are safe. And that's a real hard pill to swallow, to try and balance all of that out. I wish I had a better answer than that, but that's where I'm at right now. So it is a problem because, more practices are supposed to be starting, I think, this week, August 1st, I guess they can start doing some things. And I know the Ohio High School Athletic Association sent out a survey. I think they're trying to collect some information about how coaches and athletic directors and school districts feel about that.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Diana. And I know we had these discussion. I had this discussion with Ms. Mansfield. I know that we've both been involved in discussions around questions about a spring flip and things like that. So putting some of the non-contact spring sports into the fall and moving some of the fall heavy contact or high contact sports into the spring. But again, all of that's regulated by the Ohio High School Athletic Association. So to the extent that we can, or I can personally, I would encourage them to reach out to us and reach out to our folks, our athletic director and our coaches. I mean, and get some feedback on how they might influence some policies around this, because as the superintendent pointed out, it's hard for us at this level to also make some of those decisions when we're at the same time considering a 100% remote start. Ms. Autry, any follow-ups? If not, then I'll turn it over to Ms. Mansfield.
Thank you. Thanks, Diana, for taking that question off my plate, because that was a big one that was still weighing, and lots of messages coming in tonight, Mr. James. I just want to mention a few things that we haven't talked about, just so they know they're not forgotten. I'm not asking the Karen or Mary or Mark to give us hard answers on this. Just want to mention that these programs are important, and I know that there'll be a plan for them. That would include our preschoolers are, of course, our actual youngest learners. So we don't want to forget our preschool teachers and students. And I know we'll be working to get them going. Also, someone messaged to ask about a plan for some of our really at-risk students who need extra intervention, like Bridges and AAA, where it's not a typical situation, and they may need extra intervention. So I promised I would mention those as well. Always, you're not going to get away from me without me asking about the arts. I know that there will be a plan. I know the arts are almost as complicated or more complicated than sports with this situation. So I want all those folks to know it's not that we're not thinking about those things. It's not that the board isn't interested in those things. It's that we trust that once we make a decision, and that's my last question then, once we make a decision, that you can finish putting those meat on the bones, right? We're digging really deep into weeds that we don't usually dig into, because this is so unprecedented. Otherwise, so anyway, I'm going to stop there. And then I guess my real question in here would be, so what are we doing tonight that you need? What is it that's going to, are you looking for a motion? Is the board going, I guess this is to my fellow colleagues as well, are we to a point where we can make a decision? And I'll just leave it there.
Sure, Mrs. Mansfield. Tonight we are, I'm looking for, an affirmative decision from the board on, directing me to proceed, with all due haste on opening up the district virtually for the start of our school year. And I'd like to mention something. None of us knows where this is going to go. I think, the leadership in our state has really been trying to get people to pay attention and make sure they're following the best practices in terms of protecting their health. And that's very important, because that's the only way we're going to get back to in-person school. all I can say is that as we look to start the school year 100% remote, we will be constantly evaluating where we are, working with our partners at Summit County Public Health, working with the Ohio Department of Education, and others to really look at where we're going and then start to make adjustments. You'll be hearing from us really at every board meeting, giving you updates, whether it's from staff or whether it's during my superintendent's report, so you know where we're going. We will be reaching out to our parents as we have been, getting information, trying to put out those fires, but still working towards making sure our students' health and safety, staff health and safety is of primary importance. I don't think I've ever had, just in terms of dealing with our employees, a heavy hand on things. Where I think we are a very understanding employer, a very understanding school district, and we try to work out when there are issues, and there will be issues. I'm just praying that we can start our school year, and then at some point, after that first 9 weeks, as we continue to study and implement our plan, that things will get better and we'll be able to come back and start opening things up and doing some of the things that many of our kids really enjoy and things that kids need, for their development. I have concerns about, our special needs kids. I have concerns about, arts, our gifted students, and, we're trying to put plans in place where we can deal with some of those factors. But it is not going to be, this is not an easy task because there's no book written on any of this. And that's, that's pretty much where I am with all of this, is that just having the board support that we can move forward with this, because our time is, it's funny. A lot of people think as superintendent, oh, you're off in the summer. No, summer is my busiest time because we're in the spring, we're getting ready for the next school year. When people are graduating, we're thinking about the opening of school. And we are on a very short schedule, but those are the cards we've been dealt, and we're going to make the best out of it.
Good, thank you. Before we go any further too, we have still a couple of folks, I see you, Dr. Hall, that haven't weighed in. Dr. Akbar and Ms. McKittrick, I know you both have comments or questions. Dr. Akbar?
Yes, so I just have comments. First, I want to thank everyone who has emailed or called. There's been an exhaustive list of individuals. And they've basically been sharing their thoughts a lot on the reopening plans, and specifically some concerns. I just want to share with them that I share their concerns as well, including, or more specifically, the two students who sent emails sharing about their experience and specifically about the role athletics plays in their academics and the importance of being in school in person. So I definitely hear everything that everyone said or who has said. And, I just want to make a note that we live in a time where everything we're being considered on both ends of the spectrum comes with complexities within it. And so it's not easy yes on one end, no on the other end. But safety of all within the APS's care and the education of all of our students are paramount. And I've heard a lot of discussion about this being an either or proposition. And I just want to tell and say that our safety of our students and the education of our students and safety of our staff is not an either or proposition, and it's an and proposition, and we can do both. And so with that, I think that we have to protect everyone and provide a high quality, rigorous education. There's been comments about rigor can't happen online, that has to happen in person. And I will challenge those individuals to think of rigor differently and to look at rigor as not just the same old way that it's always been done, but we live in a world where it's 2020, and we need to come up with 2020 solutions. And then just to wrap up briefly, a few more comments is I just want to say before we vote that I firmly support 100% remote option to start off with, as long as we provide students and families with flexibility of choice, which I shared with Ms. Kelly and Ms. DJ earlier, my thoughts on that, so I won't repeat it. And just a word about the consistent message that we've been receiving, or actually that I've been receiving, about how other schools in Summit County are going 100% in person and that we should follow their lead. And I would just say in opposition to that statement that my concern is Akron and Akron Public Schools, not what everyone else is doing in the county. And I want to note that Akron Public Schools has a much different demographic as well as a much different priority base and student base than all the other districts in our county. And therefore, we have to tune to those needs there. And then I just want to say that means we have to acknowledge the disproportionate rate that COVID-19 has had on our community specifically, and that there is a social determinants of health with the high poverty rate that we have in our city, as well as the high marginalized or underrepresented rate that we have in our community. Those are factors around the community spread of COVID-19. And I want to point out that when we closed school, when we made that decision, March 15th, I think it was, the community spread rate here was virtually non-existent. And now we're at one of the highest in the state. And so our district has to lead using those things in our decisions. And one example of how we've already done that to respond to who we serve is that we provide free meals to all students, regardless of who they are, because we have a high students who are on free or who qualify for free or reduced lunch. And so if we take that same level of thinking to apply the way we attend to the students that we serve, we have to acknowledge that those same population of adults are likely to be most at risk for this novel virus. And we also know that those adults in our families that we serve are also more likely to be in essential employment roles, and that they may have some unique needs when it comes to the education, and that's why flexibility is important. And my overall hope is that this pandemic ignites our innovation on all levels. And I've said that multiple times, but I'll keep saying it because I really do believe it. And I think we're shifting a paradigm against a way the educational system has been viewed as a one-way model and only one way, and showing that we can do education in multiple ways because our students learn in multiple ways. And those things will create an equitable school environment. And the last thing I'll say is just a note that I've also received some information on some people being concerned that their students will be forced to be on camera when they're in a structured class environment. And I just want to say in a passionate way to all of our staff across the district to be a little more sensitive to our students and the environments in which they may be coming to our remote environment learning classrooms. And so that requiring students to be on camera, it would definitely go against what we're pushing around equity. But then it will also, I think, just to end it, will also allow our students to be able to be comfortable in the environments to learn without any passing of judgment, and that we can be innovative and find other ways to make sure our students are engaged through polling and chat functions and small groups. So that's basically what I want to say. And I appreciate everyone's time and everyone's commitment to making sure that their voices were heard.
Thank you, Dr. Akbar. Ms. McKittrick and then Dr. Hall.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you to Superintendent James and all those involved in the planning of the reopening. And thank you to the students, parents, guardians, faculty, staff, and community members for all your concerns and your suggestions. This is a very difficult situation, and it's a difficult decision with many very complex factors to weigh, including, of course, student learning, but also the emotional health, the physical health needs of our students, our faculty, our staff, and of course, the parents need to return to work. And these are just some of the considerations that we're weighing when making this decision. I'd like to say, especially to the parents and guardians particularly, who advocated for their children, to thank them for the insight they shared about their particular child and the cases that they made for why or why not school should open for them. As a board member, though, it's my responsibility to consider every child, every teacher, every staff member, and in short, every child or adult who would ride a bus or walk into an APS building. I have to advocate for all of them. So at this time, I can't endanger the lives of any of those for whom I must advocate. Therefore, beginning the year remotely is the best option under these circumstances. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hall.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. President. So Ms. McKittrick and Dr. Akbar have stolen most of my thunder there. First, let me just begin by agreeing with everything that they laid out in their comments. I would just try to add a couple things, I guess, with my own sort of take on it. The one thing that's become increasingly obvious, and I think most of us will probably agree on this, is that there are varying levels of understanding as it relates to COVID and its accompanying lethality as well as complications. So I know I've gotten a couple of calls, well, more than a couple, candidly, calls and emails, sort of, challenging the lethality rates, and suggesting that they're lower than they are. And one of the things that I think, people sort of lose sight of is that, almost every day we're seeing new data around other things that are happening to students that contract, people and kids who contract COVID, strokes, multiple vascular complications, etc. And so while a child may survive COVID, we don't want the child to survive COVID but have had a stroke and be permanently disabled. So there are many more things that can happen to your children and our staff members other than simply passing away due to the virus. A lot of folks also like to compare COVID to the flu. And as I've told some parents that I've talked to on the phone about this, the flu has been around for over 100 years. We know a lot about the flu. COVID is 7 months old, and we're learning something new about it every day. And so it's a very complex virus. And so I think that, we talked earlier about these being unprecedented times. That's in part because we're dealing with a virus that is still mutating and still evolving, and its impact upon us, therefore, is still evolving as well. And so to echo Ms. McKittrick's point, we have an obligation, especially with, and to Dr. Akbar's point as well about having our demographics are different. We have a lot more medically fragile students in Akron than some of our neighboring school districts may happen to have. We have a lot more medically fragile students than a lot of the individualized sort of private schools that are in the area as well. And so our planning and our purpose is to ensure that all of our students are safe, and we're not, exchanging the safety and health of one student for another student. That's not equitable, and that's not what we stand for as an organization. And so I just felt compelled to say that sort of publicly as well. And then last but not least, I think my comments the last few board meetings have been very obvious that I'm 100% in support of promote online learning. That does not mean that I, or at the risk of speaking on behalf of the board, none of us is ignoring that there can be deleterious effects with respect to socialization and the possibilities that students may or may not fall behind. As I've told some parents, students that may fall behind or students that where their socialization is impacted, those are things that arguably we can address and we can catch up. If your child or your family member would happen to pass away, we can't correct that. We can't catch that up because that's a permanent condition. And so again, I've been very strident in my commentary that my true north is always going to be the health and safety of our teachers and our staff and our family and our students. And I think that has to be paramount. So obviously I'm 100% in support of online as well. I think the one thing that I just want to make sure that we clarify before we get to the vote is for how long that we're initially voting on. And so, my suggestion would be that we're voting to go online for at least the first 9 weeks. I think anything less than that, I think would be very sort of, it'd be very unwieldy, if you will, in trying to sort of address the logistics and the instruction of trying to change during a grading period. And I believe that we're talking 9 weeks here. So again, I would say at least 9 weeks. And for those of you at home who are watching, 9 weeks puts us square in the middle of cold and flu season, which raises a plethora of additional health and safety concerns. We have no idea, how COVID and, cold and flu season are going to interact. And so I think that, while I don't want to get the cart in front of the horse, we're talking at least 9 weeks. And so so it's very possible that it goes beyond 9 weeks. And so I think people should be prepared for that as well. Although, as it's been pointed out, things are changing every day. And perhaps, in the best case scenario, it's 9 weeks is all it is. But I think that to be fair to those who will be watching, that we have to be prepared that it could go beyond that as well. And if that's the case, then that's what we'll do. But anyway, so for clarity's sake, Mr. President, I'll see the floor back to you that I'm suggesting that we're making the time period for at least the first 9 weeks. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Hull. I think that's a good point. And to add to your point about the difficulty with the upcoming cold and flu season is we won't be able to tell the difference.
Right.
And without sufficient resources and testing available, I think we're going to find if we were to open in person, and I think some surrounding neighboring districts may find themselves in the position of sending kids home, closing buildings, because you're not going to be able to tell the difference. And so as soon as that cold and flu season hits, you're going to be finding that without, again, the resources and testing, that it's going to be safer for folks to close buildings and send people home than it is to wait it out. I don't think it can be understated the difficulty of the decision that's been in front of the board for several weeks now. And I also don't think it can be understated the work that our staff has put into these plans and to the details, to the level that you guys have gone, not just our internal team, but our partners who are part of our research committees, and there's still a lot of work left for them to do. And as you've heard tonight, I don't think there's any shortage of outreach and feedback from the community that we've received as board members on social media, via phone call, the contact forms on our website, the emails that have come through. And personally, I want to say thank you for all of that. We appreciate the fact that you take the time to reach out. I, in fact, still have emails that I didn't get to today that are still waiting, and we will likely make a decision before I ever get to respond to those emails because they are coming through so voluminously. And many of those emails have shared point counterpoint on both sides of the spectrum. Folks in the community that would love nothing more than to see us return 100% in person and provide the data and the support and the links to websites and articles that suggest that we should be doing just that. And folks that think that it would be very unwise for us to return in person at all. And those folks have provided links to websites and data and articles in support of their position. And that data, those articles and those links and those websites change almost on a daily basis, as you guys have seen, coming from the CDC and the American Academy of Pediatrics and the Ohio Department of Health and Summit County Public Health and districts around the state. There's just no shortage of feedback that we're receiving, and it's been quite overwhelming to say the least. But that's not to say that we haven't appreciated every single person that's reached out to share their thoughts with us. And as a parent, I have to tell you too, I have a kid in the district. He's an upcoming freshman. There are lots of questions that I have. I'm not even clear myself on all of the details, but I do trust you as the board. I trust our staff. I trust the district that my child is in good hands, that things are going to be figured out. We're going to start school. We're going to get back. And one day, maybe in the hopefully not so distant future, we'll be back to a relative normal operating environment. But for right now, even as a parent, I've put my trust in you, my fellow board members, and our district and its team to come up with a plan that will make sure that my child keeps moving forward, that our district will keep moving forward, that he'll be safe, he'll be in good hands, and he will learn. It may not be the optimal environment. It's certainly not ideal. There's nobody on this call that wouldn't love anything more than to see us return in person. But the realities that we're faced with do make it a difficult proposition, as Derek said, to send people back where the outcome might be something that we can't fix. And we have to be able to sleep at night and live with ourselves and the decisions that we make and that affect not just the people on this call, not just the people in our buildings, but the people out in the community. And for some of you, I've shared in our family alone, there are extended family, there are 2 cases of COVID right now. And it puts a very real face on the decisions that we're making tonight as to how that will impact people in this community and beyond. And so I have to say, as Ms. McKittrick and Dr. Hall and so many of you pointed out, we have an obligation to every student, every child, every adult within our district, to make sure that we make a decision that keeps them safe, regardless of the decisions that folks around us are making. We're focusing on you, our community, we're focusing on our children. And so I appreciate all of those comments. And hearing no other comments or seeing no other comments, I would entertain a motion. We've been presented with 3 options: 100% in person, 100% remote, and a blended option. And I would suggest that our district needs to move forward. And as our staff has said, we need to make a decision so that they know the framework within which they are working to get school reopened this fall. So at this point, I'll entertain a motion.
I move that we begin the school year with 100% remote learning for a period of at least 9 weeks.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, Ms. McKittrick and I believe Dr. Akbar, for a 100% remote start for the 2020-2021 school year for a period of at least 9 weeks. And we'll continuously evaluate that as we go. Are there any final comments, questions, concerns, suggestions, feedback? Any comment? Hearing and seeing none, roll call, please.
Mr. Bravo?
Yes.
Dr. Hall?
Aye.
Mrs. Mansfield?
Yes.
Mrs. McKittrick?
Yes.
Dr. Akbar?
Yes.
Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
Ms. Autry?
Yes.
Thank you.
And Mr. Superintendent, before we move on from this topic, I forgot that I would ask a question. I said I would ask a question that I asked you in our meeting earlier this morning. Can you just say something quickly about students that are dual enrolled in CCP programs or Akron Early College High School programs that that may be wondering if those programs aren't offering a remote option for a particular class, how will they be affected?
Right. So I want to make sure I wasn't muted. So for any of our students who are taking college level courses, they have to follow what that college is doing. So we know that, for instance, our Akron Early College High School, they match up with the University of Akron schedule. Our STEM high school has students who actually take also university classes, as well as students from all of our high schools. They need to follow the university schedule, whether those classes are in person at the university or online. I know there are some that will be online, and they have to follow those guidelines because the university is actually giving them the grade for that course. For our students who are taking high school classes, for instance, at Akron Early College, those will be in the remote format. And so those are some of the things that we're working through, just to make sure we're double backing and checking with the colleges to make sure students know what they're supposed to be doing with those individual classes.
Thank you so much. And before we move on again to the next item on our agenda, there were some discussions previously about our current uniform policy and how that would intersect with any decision that we would make tonight. And I'd like to turn it over to Ms. Mansfield for that brief discussion.
Thank you. Gosh, I don't know how many weeks it was ago now. I think 2 weeks ago, we talked about a possible waiver on the uniform policy. And I have heard from a few parents who are doing whatever back to school shopping looks like in a pandemic, bless you. And they are wondering whether they need to purchase uniforms. So I would like to see if I would like to make a motion that we suspend our current policy for the year of 2021. And I know that we'll be having a presentation from, I believe that the superintendent asked Mr. Rambler to take out the former policy, the most recent dress code policy for when we do come back.
And if we could also amend just that would include that maybe he would take that to the Legal and Board Policy Committee for review, just to make sure it's vetted.
That would be perfect.
Yeah, I have a comment, Mr. President.
Sure.
I did check with Mr. Rambler, who did review the policies. In addition, the administrative guideline. A motion may not be necessary. You can refer it to the Legal and Policy Committee. I think under the current policies, with your concurrence, I have the ability to alter that policy or the guideline that's related to that policy. It could be as simple as making sure that all of our families know that they don't have to worry about uniforms, for this upcoming school year. There are some other issues in some of those policies regarding dress that aren't related to just clothing, but it's also related to, piercings and other items that maybe we should just refer it to the board policy committee and talk about that, so we don't make it more complicated, than it has to be.
Okay.
Do you need me to rescind my motion?
Yes, if the superintendent is confident that we can do this without then I would not add an additional motion. It's not necessary. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I'll do that then. I just want to make sure it gets mentioned so we're not out buying uniforms and spending money that we could.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, we've all spent plenty on uniforms. A one-year holiday will be certainly appreciated. If the rest of the board is okay with that, if there are no other comments or questions around that issue, then we'll move on.
Yeah, I just have one. Excuse me.
Yeah, Dr. Akbar.
without the attempt of belaboring the point, I think we should actually vote on it, because the new policy, or the latest policy, does actually include very specific language about K-8 uniform requirements and what types of tops and polo style shirts should be worn, what type of pants should be worn, vest, belts, and outerwear garments. So if it was like the former policy, I would be okay with it. But because that was amended to have more specificity in it, I think we should just go ahead and vote to suspend it for 1 year.
Ms. Mansfield, would you like to reinstitute your motion?
I'm a little confused. Okay, so the one that, because we changed it once to make it less specific. So what we would be going back to is the dress code. So not the the pre-uniform dress code. So, right, Mr. James?
The policy that we're talking about is 5511, and it's Administrative Guideline 5511.01, and it's the school uniforms for grades kindergarten through 8, because the kids above that they don't have a uniform policy. There is a dress code, but this is, for instance, like for tops and shirts, it's hoods and sweatshirts are allowed. Colors are solid colors only. Female, polo style, but it's still tops and shirts must be tucked in. No jeans, jean style pants, or sweatsuits. I wouldn't propose sweatsuits. I wouldn't have a problem with jeans. Removing the color. Those are things that can be handled really with direction to each of our buildings, updates to our opening school packet, that we still have to send letters out to our parents about, what's acceptable and still what isn't. If you're
I still remember the rivet conversation, Mr.
Right.
James. So we want to make sure we're not back in that.
Yes. Because there are some exemptions in the policy, and maybe the issue is to refer it to the committee, and then they can review it and maybe go from there, just in terms of making changes.
So are we talking about making changes to the policy? Are we talking about making changes to our policy, or just suspending the policy?
If you suspend the policy, I think there would be still some issues on the types of garments that could be worn at school.
So what are we saying we're trying to do?
Because the issue is really the uniform policy are your typical, a khaki pant, a blue pant, and then the polo shirts or a button-down shirt. Right. If you want to go with t-shirts, those, because that's in here. In terms of types of clothing, if you want to relax that, you can do it, but I still think it might cause some problems with the other types of clothing that might be worn to school.
Dr. Akbar, would you be opposed to accepting this as part of the Legal and Board Policy Committee? We don't have to do anything tonight. It was just mentioned and we brought it up, but.
Yeah, personally, and this is my stance, I would rather do it sooner than later so we can get the word out to people. To me, the only thing with the policy is the specificity, as Dr. James mentioned. And I think if maybe as a board, we just did a motion to allow to suspend the current policy and allow the district to create a more relaxed policy that's more appropriate for remote learning.
So that puts Ms. Mansfield's motion back in play. That was her motion. Lisa, did you want to, how about we just do that? Lisa, would you make that motion?
So, believe me, I know Lisa was on the board, I believe, when a lot of this came into play. All right. So
I helped change it. It takes some of the specificity out.
right.
There was too much.
You know, the issue is going to be, well, I'll shut up. It'll probably be the issue will be if parents go out and say they're going to buy jeans, and then when we come back to school, are we saying that when we do in-person school or even a blended model, which some kids might be in, are we going back to this? Or are you saying you just want a whole new policy? Regardless of whether it's because
we were looking to do pre-COVID, we were trying to do a new policy, right? We were working with our student school board and we were trying to do that, and we were getting darn close, and it fell apart because of COVID. So, I think at this point we would have had something new. I think that we can give it over to board policy as a committee to work on that for when we come back, maybe. But we can look at just relaxing some of those polo shirts and things like that for now, whether we have to remove the policy or whether we just have to let people know.
Okay. All right. Got it.
Yeah, that's why I said we just make the motion to allow the district administration to do that, because if it goes to board policy committee, one, we already have multiple policies, and we really want to bring in our students when we talk about the dress code. And what I thought we were saying was just suspending it for a year and let the district relax it and move forward, and then we'll examine it with our student board members. That would be my suggestion. So I move that we do that.
That's what I thought.
So can you just second mine?
Okay, I think same thing. Yeah.
So we have a motion.
I'm going to second vote for all these motions.
Motion by Ms. Mansfield, a second by Dr. Akbar. Any final comments, questions, or discussions on this item?
Question. So what's the final motion, please?
A motion to suspend the current uniform policy for the period of 1 year and send it to the Legal and Board Policy Committee. And we'll continue working with our student board members to revise and update our uniform policy, right?
Perfect.
Hey.
All right. Any other comments, questions, or discussion?
Mr. President, can you say that one more time? No, I'm just kidding.
Nope.
Just kidding. We can go. Sorry. Go ahead.
I'm looking now to see if I can mute you, Dr. Hall. All right. Anyone else? Hearing none, roll call, please.
Dr. Hall?
Aye.
Mrs. Mansfield?
Yes.
Mrs. McKittrick?
Yes.
Dr. Akbar?
Yes.
Mr. Alexander?
Yes.
Ms. Autry?
Yes.
Mr. Bravo?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right. I am. Okay. Double checking here. That concludes our unfinished business. Is there any new business? I see none on the agenda.
No, Mr. President.
Hearing and seeing no new business, we do have need for an executive session tonight. Pursuant to Ohio Revised Code Section 121.22G1, to consider the employment of a public employee or official of the school district, 121.22G3, for the purpose of meeting with board legal counsel to discuss disputes involving the board and or the district that are the subject of pending or imminent court action, and Revised Code Section 121.22G4 to review negotiations or bargaining sessions with employees concerning compensation and other terms and conditions of employment.
Yes.
Do we have a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Thank you. We have a motion by Dr. Hall, a second by Mr. Alexander to recess into executive session. Any final comments before we do so? Hearing and seeing none, roll call, please.
Mrs. Mansfield?
Yes.
Mrs. McKittrick,
Yes.
Dr. Akbar,
Yes.
Mr. Alexander,
Yes.
Ms. Autry,
Yes.
Mr. Bravo,
Yes.
Dr. Hall.
Aye.
Thank you.
All right, we'll see you in executive session. Thank you for those of you joining us. We will have an item to consider once we return from executive session. If you please exit this meeting before entering the other. Thank you. All right, I think we have everyone. I'm double checking one last time here. Nope, we're missing one.
Yeah, I don't see theirs first.
There we go. All right, we have everyone, Mr. Rittenhouse, whenever you're ready. Thank you so much for joining us. We are back to a regular session for our regular meeting for July 27th, 2020. We have one final item of business before we adjourn, and that is item 32.1, the tentative agreement with OAPSI 778, our foreman. And we will entertain a motion at this time for approval of that resolution.
So
moved. Second.
Thank you. We have a motion by Mr. Alexander, a second by Ms. Autry. Any final comments, questions, or discussion?
Better make it quick. She's got 2 minutes before that charger goes out.
Hearing and seeing none, roll call, please.
Mrs. McKittrick,
Yes.
Dr. Akbar,
Yes.
Mr. Alexander,
Yes.
Ms. Autry,
Yes.
Mr. Bravo,
Yes.
Dr. Hall,
Aye.
Mrs. Mansfield,
Yes.
thank you.
And just one final note again, as we adjourn tonight, we want to thank everyone for their patience as we work through some technology issues. I want to thank all of our board members for the brilliant discussion and questions that were brought forth tonight. I would like to thank Superintendent David James, our CFO Ryan Pendleton, and all of their team for the hard work that they put into the plans that we discussed tonight. We appreciate everything that you do, and we thank you for a good meeting. So, is there any other final business to come before this board before we adjourn? Hearing and seeing none, we'll take a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Motion. We have a second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
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 We are adjourned. Thank you so much. Have a good night.
Bye.
Good night, everyone.
Thank
All right,
you.
everybody.
Take care.
Appreciate it. Thanks for a great meeting.
Bye.